How's our sound? Is the sound level okay? Yep. Okay, great.
Sounds fine here in Salem.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day one of a two-day retreat for the Board of Forestry. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly and serve as chair of the board. Each day I will perform a roll call, but remind everyone this public meeting will serve as a planning retreat and no formal decisions will be made. Additionally, no public comment will be available. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our hybrid proceedings, I'll go over some general tips. Everyone participating in this hybrid retreat, please silence your cell phones and limit background noises. Remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking, and for online participants, disable your video when not presenting or providing comment. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track our commentary. If you experience technical issues, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF host during this event. With the majority of our participants being in person, we will do our best to honor breaks and announce our times when reconvening or adjourning the retreat. Instead of the traditional roll call process, I would like everyone seated around the tables to announce their name and position for the record, and then we'll open it up for morning comments. Okay. And so go ahead. I think I'll start right with you.
Okay. My name is Cal Mukamoto. I'm the State Forester and Director of Oregon Department of Forestry. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Chandra Ferrari, board member.
Kyle Abraham, good morning, Deputy State Forester.
Carla Chambers, board member.
Teresa Williams, acting Chief of Fire Protection.
Good morning, Dave Larson, Southern Oregon Area Director.
Good morning, Joe Arbo, filling in as the Eastern Oregon Area Director.
Hello, I'm Sabrina Perez, Senior Strategy Manager for the Administrative Branch.
Good morning, Lizak Pawa, Oregon board member.
Good morning, Hillary Olivos-Rude, Administrator for the Board of Forestry.
Good morning, Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration, ODF.
Good morning, Joe Justice, board member.
Good morning, Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Brenda McComb, board member.
Good morning, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief.
Ben Doimling, board member.
And good morning, everyone. Ryan Gordon, Planning Branch Director. And just a word to everyone, we do have some omnidirectional mics in the middle of the room here. So even though we just passed this mic around, we got to stand in the right direction here. If you just speak up, it will be captured by the audio as we move through the day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robin Harkless. I'm with the National Policy Consensus Center and we'll be providing facilitation services to you all.
Oh my.
Hi, Cindy Robert. I represent Manulife Timberland and Agriculture.
I think we're good.
What about Bill Herbert?
Oh,
we
got Bill.
Oh, we caught him. Okay, good. Okay, great. Thank you. So, to be honest, I approach these 2 days with equal amounts of excitement and dread. Excitement because the work is truly important. The importance of the health of our forests and communities cannot be oversold. I am excited that we'll be exploring a different and more collaborative approach between the department and the board. And let's not kid ourselves, that is a big change. We will be discussing a change in the traditional top-down and authoritarian approach that we are all familiar with. That will make some uncomfortable and it will be confusing, but I think it is well worth the effort, and I welcome Ryan's leadership on this. Why am I dreading all this? Dread because going through a major strategic planning process is something I feel I have been through perhaps too many times. Mission, values, goals, objectives, strategies, indicators, trends, outcomes, measurements, oh my. How, at the end of the day, can we really make a difference? How can we make the end product a useful tool for those who need it? I want to acknowledge the two classic concerns that boards and the staff of organizations have when it comes to working together. More than anything else, staff worries about a board micromanaging and getting involved in operational issues. I watch myself fall into that trap. I have witnessed most of you fall into it too. It's just so easy. It's human nature to want to jump in and offer up ideas and solutions as we hear about operational issues. So we need to be vigilant and do our best to manage ourselves and our fellow board members. And we need to be clear with staff that we, in fact, want them to speak up when we are out of bounds. So what do boards worry about more than anything else? Being, quote, managed by staff. And I have a lot of sympathy for the department staff when it comes to this issue. They are all professionals working on these issues every day, all day, year after year. They know their stuff. We are volunteers of many different backgrounds who pop in and out. Again, it is human nature for a department to approach a board as something to be managed. Shortly after coming on this board, we had a vote where we did not follow the department's recommended option. This appeared at that time to create a fair amount of shock, as I think the department leadership was accustomed to the board following their lead. I have made a point of saying that this is not how it should be, and I think we have all gotten better at this, but it can continue to be an issue. I firmly believe that the board does indeed have a unique role in representing Oregonians, so allowing ourselves to be managed by the state forester and his staff is not okay. But that is what will happen if we, the board, are not diligent in doing our job. All of that does argue for an open and collaborative process. I'm going to take a little detour here, and I apologize in advance, but I want to talk about, and I've got some intention here, about the rollout of the WUI maps. I do so because I think it's instructive about our role as a board. So please hang in there with me. So when things go wrong, it is fairly easy to figure out what should have happened with the benefit of hindsight. And with the WUI rollout, we can see there's plenty of blame to share. The legislature should have known that their timeline and the structure of their charge to the department would likely cause major problems, but they did not. The department leadership knew the rollout was going to be messy at best. It was openly talked about. But agencies by nature are unlikely to push back against a legislature or a governor. They figure they have been given a task and it is their job to execute, even if the task is unreasonable. The governor's office too should have seen this coming and intervened, but they did not. So that brings me to this board and to myself as chair. From the get-go, after 762 got passed, it was certainly clear to me that the process of putting maps out there and then expecting that we clean them up based on the kinds of appeals we received was not a well-thought-out strategy, to say the least. I was vocal about that, but nothing more. Beyond that, it was also pretty obvious that informing property owners that they were in a high-risk category without any information about what that might mean for them was also short-sighted. Then there were things that happened that were harder to predict, but not impossible. The WUI maps only affect rural people. And did we think about the fact that they are generally less trusting in government and developing trust would be an uphill battle? No. Did we think about how misinformation can explode on the internet? No. I think we now know that a lot more information needs to be shared before the maps are rolled out. And when the maps are rolled out, those who receive them need to be fully informed about how they will be affected when they receive the notice, what new building codes rules there will be, what requirements they will be subjected to, what dollars and other help may be available to them, how and if this affects their insurance, and hopefully some sort of Gold Star program where they can apply to get their fire hardening work recognized. So where does the Board of Forestry come in? This was new policy handed to the department. For a long time, I certainly expected a cluster, you know what, when the notices went out, and I think most of my fellow board members did too. We could have stepped up and been much louder about expressing our concerns, reaching out to the legislative leadership and the governor's office. This was bad policy, and I think it is our job as a policy board to work with other policymakers when we see something that we strongly believe is going to go sideways. So in no way do I hold us responsible for the fiasco, but I do think we could have stepped in, worked closely with Cal and his staff, and maybe prevented some of this. I think we do have that kind of power, and we did not use it. Hopefully, as we have our conversations today and tomorrow about how we can all work together more effectively and collaboratively, we can get clarity on how not to miss the next challenge that comes our way. So, lessons learned. I also just want to note one big pat on the back that I think we should be giving ourselves and to the department, and that's the recognition that our work with state forests and to interpret greatest permanent value has been basically blessed, I think, now by the courts, and I think we've all felt for a long time that as representatives of Oregonians that we were doing a pretty good job of balancing and interpreting greatest permanent value, and it's just great to put that one to bed, and so I think we all should be congratulating ourselves that we're where we are today with that. Okay, finally, in the material we were given to prepare by Clark Seeley, the point is made that an effective board must speak with one voice. I want to acknowledge that that is a challenge for us since our formal decisions are, well, formal. They require public notice and public comment. In my years on the board, I have repeatedly witnessed staff trying to react to the sometimes offhand comments of one or two board members and struggling to figure out if they're being given direction or not. Other than our votes, we rarely have a chance to speak with one voice in a hopefully clear and coherent voice. With the forestry program for Oregon revision, we have that chance. Let's grab the bull by the horns. With that, I'll turn it over to you, Cal.
Okay, thank you. Bring this over. Well, I'm going to have much more extemporaneous comments. My name is Cal Mukamoto, for the record, and I'm the state forester. I want to thank everyone coming here, and I also want to hand out a big thanks to our crew that put this together. And this was not an easy task, and they did a heavy lift. Thank you. You know, this is, I really find that retreats are always very helpful for an organization, and it is a time to reflect and then look forward as an organization. Look back on what things that we've done, and then look forward to what we want to do, what we want to accomplish as an organization. During this retreat, we will cover many ideas. We will talk about community urban forestry. We'll talk about governance. We'll be able to find out things about each other that you probably never knew about before. So that's always a great thing. But as I've been told that if you don't have a clear idea of where you've been, you don't have a clear idea where you're going, any path will do. And so what we want to focus on here is how we develop that path and how we do this together. I know that you asked that question too. So, as far as leadership intent, my intent here, and I know this is the intent of everybody, is that everybody just open their hearts and their minds and express what they're thinking and their opinions on things. reminding that we're not making any decisions during this meeting, so that, open up your minds. I encourage my executive team members here to participate and have interaction with the board and talk about things. So with that, I am going to hand it over to Robin, our facilitator. And I didn't mess up people's biographies, I tell you. So I said, Robin, why don't you introduce yourself? And that'd be wonderful. So Robin, I'll hand that over to you.
Thank you very much, Cal, and Jim, for your opening remarks. For the record, I'm Robin Harkless. Do we have to say that in this retreat? I'm Robin Harkless with the National Policy Consensus Center, trying to make this as least formal as possible throughout the next couple of days. It is actually a retreat, and we're in a retreat setting, and I want to echo the appreciation and gratitude to the staff who spent many months and several iterations of agenda development getting us to this moment. And I'm really excited and optimistic that we've set you up well, and they've set you up well for some really constructive and hopefully progressing conversations. Day one is all about sort of looking back and having some also just broader conversations about some of the items that Jim and Cal have teed up for you all. And tomorrow is really the stage for you to really launch into your conversations around the FPFO revisions. For those of you that aren't familiar with the acronym, that's the Forestry Program for Oregon. Sometimes mislabeled the Forestry Plan for Oregon, as I've learned over the months. But that'll be a really kind of specific piece of work, body of work, that will enable you to maybe practice and try on some of the ideas that you are going to be talking about today, and some of the prompts that I think your chair and your state forester have offered up this morning. So I'm really excited to help you with all of that. And that's actually a role that I'll be playing in this work, is both helping you kind of go through your next couple of days, but then really working closely with the board and the leadership of the agency to, I think, co-create the FPFO, or the next gen of the FPFO, if you will. So that's my role, and I think without any more talking, I will just say, for those that aren't familiar, the National Policy Consensus Center is a collaborative governance sort of platform and institute that actually is nested within the College of Urban and Public Affairs at Portland State University. We serve a statewide, often regional, and sometimes national role in collaborative governance trainings and services. So that's sort of where I come from, and that's the support I'll be offering you in this process. And with that, I think it's time for us to let you all talk to each other for a moment. So we are going to do a dreaded maybe icebreaker. And I'm going to ask you to pair off with somebody who you don't typically talk with. Please, board members, don't pair off with each other. Actually, try to find a staff person that's sitting around the table. You'll have to get up and move around and find a partner for the next 5 minutes. And what I'd like you to do is introduce yourself. Where were you born? Share that with your partner. And through the course of a couple minute dialogue, try to discover something about them that you didn't know before. And hold on to that bit of information, because we may be revisiting it at some point later in the retreat. We won't be asking you to report out just now, but please do go find somebody and learn something about them. And we'll give you about 5-10 minutes to do so.
Okay, staff member. Dear Kelly, they want to go find out from Joe. Born in Roseburg, Oregon. Lifelong Oregonian. Born and raised in South County. Worked my way up into Oregon. I started out on a youth camp trip at 16 years old, and was originally, it was a high school job, it's just something to do, for fun and keep you busy. And then decided I was going to go into fire service and become a firefighter, paramedic. And so I was going to college and doing that, and at the same time, fighting fire, all the way up through the ranks, engine operator.
Okay, let's come on back. The mics have been turned back up, just so you know. So all of your side conversations are being picked up by the public right now, just so you know. So Chandra and Kyle and Jim, Cal. All right, wonderful. That was exactly what we wanted to happen, was to get a little energy going in the room, and now you have a buddy. So if you're ever feeling like you're kind of out on an island in these conversations, you can just make eye contact with your buddy and be like, I know something about you. So you know something about me. So we're in this together. All right, so we're going to transition now to Sabrina Perez, who's going to lead you all through your past year of self-evaluation. Thanks for playing.
Good morning. So this is part of a 3-part kind of segment this morning focused on agency roles and relationships. I'll start out with the first one. And in this one, it's looking at your board governance self-evaluation. It's an annual process you do each year. This is a formal legislative key performance measure. However, it is completely yours to modify beyond the standard 15 best practices. So through our process, we will focus on the actual survey that you took this last year. It has been kind of floating along your consent agenda, and this is the opportunity to have open discussion about the elements in your responses within. So one piece was, what does success look like at the end of today's conversation? We have about 30 minutes, and success would be that you have been able to have this cohesive board awareness on your areas of agreement, as well as your areas where you might disagree. Another measure of success would be having ideas formulated on where you'd like to take your agendas in the next upcoming year, or your future performance evaluation. So as I mentioned, the 15 criteria are standard. All boards and commissions respond to these same standard 15, but the performance evaluation can also be modified to either add criteria, you can modify your interpretation of any of the criteria. You can also add on additional summary questions at the end. And so in your board packet, you had 2 attachments. The first one is the survey responses. The second attachment, which we'll cover here soon too, was a summary of your collective discussion from last year's retreat. There was extensive dialogue, several ideas generated for ways that you would want to measure different areas of performance in the future. And so we'll cover that. It'll be an option for you. And so that's kind of an intro to where we'll start as a process to go through this. I think what I'll do is I'll kind of step through the survey results. I'll group together the criteria where they are common. Allow you to read through your comments, and if there's anything that you would like to illuminate there, I'll just pause briefly, and then if there isn't, we'll move on to the next segment. Does that work for everyone here? Okay. All right. And this is your conversation too, so please, absolutely, run with it, and I will respond and track anything that you'll be wanting to move into future evaluations or agendas. So starting with the best practices criteria, number 1 and 2 was focused on the executive director's performance expectations and performance evaluation. You had common agreement there. Is there anything that you would like to mention there with those comments? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Cal?
I agree with that performance expectations are current, but I look at what we're going to learn in this retreat as a way to keep them current and keep a focused communication with the state forester and what they want from the organization. So.
Okay. So moving on to number 3, this is actually the only criteria out of all of them where you had some disagreement. And this one is focused on the strategic planning. And as you know, this is part of what you're doing here in the next 2 days to focus on the agency's mission and high-level goals within the forestry program for Oregon. So, it sounds like you're working on it through. This is important, but it's expected there would be some disagreement there.
Centers. I think that's great. That doesn't surprise me.
All right. So number 4 is focused on the key performance measures. The annual performance progress report is the summary report that comes on your consent agenda each September, and it has all of our legislative KPMs there. It's also submitted with our biennial budget process. So number 5, the board is appropriately involved in review of agencies' key communications. There was common agreement there. Okay, number 6, this one is focused on the board being appropriately involved in policymaking activities, and particularly having a statewide perspective and holding meetings at different geographic locations. And there was several comments around here, and I just wanted to leave it open if there was any expansion desired here. I do know part 3 of this morning's conversation is actually going to touch on that as well. Okay, so moving on to number 7 and 8, both of these are focused on your biennial budget. And a matter of whether there's review by the board, as well as aligning those policy option packages to the agency's mission and goals. So there was some agreement here, however, several comments. I just want to leave it open if there's any expansion that you would want to do there. Thinking about the biennial budget process, we're going to be in a kind of off year this next year where the legislature is reviewing our budget. However, in planning for the following year, that's going to start right up in basically June, July of 2023. So given that and some of the comments here, is there anything you would like to change or modify with your budget process?
And focus and the budgeting process. But I think going through this MGO audit, I think we're in better position to do that than we've been in for some time.
Like once you have your agency pops and they go through all these subsequent steps where they may get accepted or not, they may be in a governor's budget, they may end up in a legislatively adopted, whatever, and you have a whole bunch of stakeholders that might be advocating for things that didn't end up there, or the agency, I think you get an appeals process at some points, right, where you can say, hey, I don't think you captured these priorities right, but what the board's role is in any of that, so we can say, yeah, we like what you put forward. Maybe there's a good messaging and targeted strategy, but there's so many other players that come in at these various points. Like, do we have a advocacy role at that point? Or are we kind of having to be like you all, where I think once you have a governor budget, you have to kind of get in line behind that for the most part. So I guess that's just a topic. I'm not really clear how the board's operated in that space before.
So process check here. If you don't have, I know we've got the microphones in the center, but if you don't have a microphone in front of you, you're going to have to speak really loudly or just grab a microphone. It's all right. I mean, none of you, even you, Joe, were hard to hear. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
touch points, if you will. Is working? I seem like I talk loud, don't I? And so I think that would be helpful for me as a board member if that was spelled out, more of a timeline or a calendar, if you will, of how that, when these pops are developed and where is the board's touch points to provide input, I guess. That would be helpful. Because that's been kind of a bit inconsistent, for me at least. Maybe not, maybe it's just my perception of it.
Hold this too close. I agree. So my reaction is that I think that the process, so first of all, it makes perfect sense that the staff develop the policy option packages because they're closest to the work. They see it every day. But that then also the board, I think, is more in tune with other stakeholders, what they're hearing around the state and around the nation. And so there's a piece that the board can add too. So my pitch here is the policy option package development process collaborative? And because I think if it's collaborative, then it'll be clearer to us what role we're playing, and then depending upon what the outcome is, where all of us collectively have been successful or missed the mark, and then come back and revisit that. So I see it as kind of a continuous improvement process that we need to be doing.
Bill? Thinking of kind of opportunities from this point, there was the comments about how they're developed too, but then also kind of getting at what Chandra mentioned after submittal, and it goes forward here. One thing, that may be an opportunity for, being clear with the board how those engagement points might play out over the next 6 months.
A lot of the alignment and the strategic planning of what the department is going to try to achieve, and so we haven't had that space to get the department's input and then the board's input to make this cohesive ask. So I think I do agree with Joe that it has been a little different because of kind of what we're trying to figure out here. Absent that, what Chandra's talking about is the process. We have struggled with the board meeting cadence being a little out of sync with the state process and maybe needing to adjust there. Hence why we did the special board meeting in June to accommodate some of those nuances. So there's a little of quite a few things in play here, but certainly historically at the June meeting, I believe, when the board does put its final stamp on the ARB, you are then absent of some of the processes that take into effect, like the appeals processes, when the CFO from DAS works with the governor's office to figure out what is in and is not, and that's now left to the department to figure out those next steps. And so there's not an engagement there, and we certainly, I think, can work on that. Absent that, it is, once the GRB is in play, that's what the department marches to, but certainly that then shifts once legislation comes into play and we need the board support to move these things. So I think there's quite a few opportunities, but there's a lot of going on, and we kind of have to get that shepherded in and corralled, and that's part of Ryan's overarching effort, I think, here is aligning our processes on all that plan.
And one other piece too is, and a technical one for everybody. So the mics in the middle of the room are picking up the audio well from the Zoom view. But for the benefit of everyone here in the room, either try to speak up or use one of the pass around handheld mics. So two things that are on my mind related to this, in addition to what Bill was talking about in terms of trying to work through kind of some new processes and ways that we all collaborate, try to get some of that stuff in sync. Chandra, I think you raise a good point too in terms of our constituents and the importance that they bring in helping to support some of our priorities in those policy option packages. I think that's an important part of the conversation as well, in addition to the role that you all can play, helping to provide that information publicly further in advance, so that folks know what to expect. But another challenge that we have often are really tight turnarounds and timelines. And so like the appeals process, for example, Chandra, that you were referring to with DAS, we'll probably have, I don't know, a few days from what I understand to know kind of what DAS is thinking about our budget and respond and react to that and then participate in the appeals process. So like Bill was articulating there, we can certainly kind of try to sync up the timeline and have the larger conversations about the priorities, and hopefully through that, I think, create some sideboards and some guidance to help us so that when we go into those tight timelines and those meetings, we've got some kind of operational framework to help us prioritize.
So grouping 9, 10, and 11 together, those are all focused on financials of the department, whether it be audits, key financial information such as the monthly financial update, accounting for resources, and your accounting rules and other financial controls. So the board found common agreement in meeting those. This is previously something that had been marked disagreement in years prior. This was an upward trend. We'll move on. Number 12, board members act in accordance with their roles as public representatives. There's common agreement there. Number 13, recognizing that the coordination with other commissions, agencies, local fire districts, federal agencies. Common agreement there. Number 14 was focused on appropriate training sessions. And then the last standard best practice criteria focuses on your review of these best management practices, ensuring that they're utilized. This very conversation we're having here and conduction of the survey each year. And there is a comment there. And specifically, it is looking at a question of whether the methodology in strongly agree versus agree and disagree, strongly disagree. I do want to speak to that just real quick, just to set up the process. If anything with this standard 15 criteria or the methodology in figuring, in responding to those, any changes would need to eventually be worked through with our legislative fiscal office, and potentially, depending upon that response there, be directed through a formal process that's similar with timeline as our biennial budget process to propose a change to the KPM or methodology. And that's something we would be willing to facilitate for you if there is a strong desire. I would, in order to make that sort of a change, we would bring it forward to a public meeting in the future and ask for a public vote amongst all board members.
So I'm the one who brought this up, and I just want to, it seems silly that we have all these questions that are appropriately answered by yes or no, and we have this rating thing, which I just found not to be useful. But having learned, because this is in statute and the way a whole bunch of boards run, this is not worth our time to mess with. And even though I'm right. I think I have. So anyhow, I withdraw any effort here to change this, and I am going to be agreeing or disagreeing on all future ones. You won't see me strongly or in any future point.
Well, then moving on. So that is for the standard 15. Now, everything else in the board governance survey, number 16, as well as your summary questions, you can add on to these all that you want without a formal legislative process. And so the process I would use to help capture that is in January, we wind up having a form for you all to fill out if you would like to add anything modify kind of the interpretation of any one of the criteria that's provided to you on the January consent agenda. And then I track any proposed changes through the month of February, and then I bring it forward to you in April. And so if there is some changes through this, or as we move into attachment number 2, that is going to be the method beyond kind of collecting your feedback here today to formally propose any changes.
For most of this is so we have tighter controls and oversight for this organization. And I think ODOT is a little bit of a wake-up call to all of us, this week, because you can go through all these processes and audits and still come out with a bad outcome. And I just want to, Bill, I'd like your thoughts, not this minute, but I'd like to think about what are those particular add-on processes, audits, where do we spot check from time to time to really keep the financial controls and overall controls, really in check and to keep the organization, focused and to really downsize or discourage fraud. So we haven't talked about that since I've been on the board, but certainly that is a wake-up call. So I'd like at some point to hear your thoughts on what we might do there.
Our recent past, leaving it to the requirements of state auditing, a lot can be overseen. And I think that goes back not due to the misrepresentation of the audits, but it always boils down to the scope of those audits. They're typically not looking at various things. And then with state, the budget, our budget's very much different than our cash situation. So it's easy to look at one picture from a various perspective and get a different outcome than if you're looking at another one. And so I think focusing on some opportunities to look at what we're trying to really get control under is worthwhile. I know we talk about that in the standpoint from the data we have available, dashboards to the department, exception-based reporting. I think those are all good things to look at areas we typically don't see due to some of our state processes. But I think there's an acknowledgement to use some other resources to do some third-party fact checking.
I would like to see us do a physical inventory, vehicle inventory audit, sooner rather than later. I think just a spot check between our balance sheet and financials and what we actually have would be valuable for us as a board to know that we haven't created that same opportunity.
This is Cal McMoto, State Forester, and I'd just like to add on to this conversation. Just like we're talking about governance with the board, Bill and I are embarking on some governance throughout the organization. First off in IT, and I think we'll be moving into the motor pool. But I think those are ways that, the way I look at it from the organization standpoint of governance is that we need to be able to give people bumpers by which to make decisions and create the outcomes. But also, I'm currently interviewing for an internal auditor. As you know, we lost our last one through retirement. And I always look at internal auditing as not a gotcha process, but a quality control. And I think we can look at how we inventory for equipment, and quality control would say we're following processes and they're okay, or maybe we need to improve our processes, or we're not following our processes. So this is the way I hope to address some of those issues.
So getting back to our self-evaluation here, one of the questions being posed here is, do we want to add questions? And suggestions have been made based on things that have been brought up in the past. And I'm concerned about that just in terms of this can very quickly become a very rote process, and you just get through it. Another thing you got to do, and the more there is, more likely I think the process becomes more rote and less thoughtful. So, on the other hand, there are other good questions for us to be asking ourselves, and I wonder whether or not taking some of those other ideas, those other check-ins, are we not doing any, how are we doing on no surprises, that kind of thing. Perhaps we can kind of rotate some of those questions for open conversation at the end of our board meetings in that open time, rather than add more formal questions to this. And I'm sure Hillary could help kind of track that and help us prompt that. So I'm just throwing that out as an idea. Otherwise, if anybody feels strongly about adding any specific questions, I guess now's our time to decide that.
I really like that idea. That's a good way format. Cycling through our board meetings, because these 5 different questions here, I think some version of that would be good to cycle through in at the end of our board meetings.
Right. I think it's a great idea. I think the more powerful if staff were forthcoming on their perception of how we're doing issues. If staff would speak up and offer their perception on how we're doing various topics, so we can assess ourselves. That's kind of circular. That is from the outside assess us how we're doing.
I support that though too. In looking through these, I thought the same thing, and I recognize it would take more work. Somebody ready to essentially, I want to know how stakeholders are feeling about what we're doing, and a broad group at that. What's how staff is feeling about what we're doing, or how we're engaging with them, and you want honest feedback, whatever the mechanisms are to allow that to come through and then be communicated to us, which is different than us having free-form conversation about how we think we're doing, which I think is also helpful, but I wonder if we can do both.
Not everybody is going to be comfortable speaking up in a conversation like that at a public meeting. And so there might be other ways of getting information from stakeholders, from staff, which is less, maybe less under the microscope than in a public meeting. So just something to think about in terms of how to facilitate this.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the same point, because they're stakeholders. They feel like they have a stake. They've got an agenda often, and I think getting them to be honest in their criticism of us publicly is a heavy lift.
I might just offer too that this conversation, I think, dovetails nicely with what we'll talk about this afternoon in terms of the cadence of meetings, allowing more time for discussion, both formal and informal, but also thinking about how we might work together to more collaboratively set agendas. It just seems like, if I think about sort of the umbrella of that stuff, goes well with this. I don't know exactly what it looks like. We might not figure that out by the end of the day, but we'll have some opportunity maybe to talk more about that later this afternoon.
I echo all of what's been said. Just looking at, maybe I'm jumping ahead of you here, Sabrina, but looking at the number 1 through 5, the considerations, I think there's sort of the number 1. I would sort of like to see something that's a combination of number 1 and number 3. And I think I remember this from last year, that I'm really interested in sort of outside trust of this board. Not so much, I'm also interested in how we trust each other, but specifically do the constituents, stakeholders, the general public who are interested in the work that the board is doing, is there general trust that we are doing a good job? I don't know about just trust. That wasn't quite reflected in these 5 things, and that's something that I think is important. I don't know if I worded it quite right, but one small metric that may or may not be useful is the number of positive or negative comments that come in, both public and written, and I think that's something that I pay attention to. And are we angering more people or making more people happy? And that's not our job necessarily to make everybody happy, but it's something I pay attention to. And if everybody's upset at the board, well, maybe we need to think about what we're doing.
Yeah, but that might also imply maybe we're not doing our job if everybody is, if we're being too milquetoast and maybe we're not providing the leadership that we're supposed to be. So it's an interesting one to think about measuring and what you do with that.
Which is why I think having a conversation about it is probably better than a measurement tool, but it's something that I think would be constructive for us to pay attention to in context with everything else that we're paying attention to.
Get the microphones.
Oh, yeah. We can have dueling microphones.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
My comment was just, I struggle a little bit with the trust, well, personally with trust, but how we measured that, like, to me, I see that a little bit more in the effectiveness space. If someone thinks that a board is effective, then, and maybe that doesn't get at quite the same thing, or some of the principles that we think go along with being effective, like honesty, like using the best information, being transparent about work. So I wonder if you could pull folks more on some of that, because to me, trust is just I don't know, it's kind of an odd word to evaluate, and even amongst ourselves, like I'm, more interested in if, we feel like we can communicate together, if we feel like we have access to all the same information, if we feel like, that kind of thing. So this isn't a very coherent comment, except to say, I think pulling on trust to me is complicated. I'm not sure how you do that well.
Asking stakeholders whether they trust us, we could get 90% saying they don't trust us for 10 different reasons, right? Depending upon their views. So I don't think that that's going to tell us a lot, really, other than a bunch of people don't trust us. All right, that may be good. Maybe we're doing our job then. So I agree with you. I think perception around effectiveness, integrity, transparency, views regarding empathy for underrepresented communities, those sorts of values, I think, would be more
informative. Because we have, and I don't want to rush this if y'all want to spend more time, but in order to get to a little bit of break before we move to the next segment, we have about 10 minutes to take a break. But if you're not completed with the full review of the self-evaluation, Sabrina, let's let you close it out.
Thank you, Robin. Actually, this is really the board's conversation. At this tail end of it, I'd completed my part of kind of walking through the criteria. And so at the board's pleasure.
Okay, let's take a break. We can come back to this conversation. Well, there's some swirl, and it's really good swirl, so let's make sure that we're holding some of these themes throughout the conversation, but let's give yourselves 10 minutes, and we'll start with the next segment at 10:45. We have a virtual speaker presenter facilitator. So we have to kind of start on time for him. So we'll be back at 10:45.
So while folks are finding their seats, I'm just going to do a quick microphone lesson for everybody. So we have a total of 4 microphones that are available. We have 2 kind of clustered right here for the major talkers, but I've put 1 in the middle on each side if we can kind of pass it around. Again, just to make sure that everybody in the room can hear. There's a button on the microphone. What's the direction? Don't touch, well, they are muted though, so. Okay. Okay, so I will make sure that they are all unmuted, and then you can just pick the microphone up and talk and pass it around. So that's the microphone lesson for the day. Thank you.
There's no light.
There's not really a light, no.
You're live at all times.
Okay, so, all right, I think with that then, Cal, I'm going to pass it over to you to introduce Clark Seeley for our next topic.
Yeah. Okay, for the record, this is Cal Mukamoto, State Forester. And is Clark on already, or? I don't see. Okay. Well, the next topic we're going to have a little primer on governance, board governance. And, you know, I've been thinking about this since my youth as a 20-year-old, somewhere around 20 years. I spent, about 8 years working for the Makah Indian Nation up in Nia Bay, Washington. And for most of that time, I was the responsible directly to a great man up there, George Bochop, who was the chair of the tribe. And one of the questions he always struggled with, and he knew this was right because the elders told him this, is that tribal councils should talk among themselves, but when they go through the tribal council doors out to the people, they have one voice. And so this was always his strive. He was striving for this, that they talk and they counsel with each other, and then that they talk and they counsel with each other, and then when they made a decision, they came out with one voice. So, you know, this led me throughout my career. I've served on nonprofit boards. I've served on commissions for the state. I did serve on the board of Forestry. And so during that, and then working with tribal councils throughout the country, this question has always been something I've been trying to figure out. Well, one of the books that I came across was a book by John Carver on board management for nonprofits. And, you know, John really puts together kind of a success pathway for boards to be more directive and not so involved with the actual operations, but to be a governance board, a policy board, I should say. And some of the things that he draws contrasts with in that discussion is that policy boards differ from management boards. And one of the things he admonishes people in charge of nonprofits is that to know what your job is. This is universal to all boards. And so some of the things he says is that policy boards hold authority over the organization. Policy boards hold and express their authority as a group. Policy boards design policies that convey their desired outcomes. And policy boards delegate management of the organization to their CEO. State Forester. Okay, now, policy boards have their arms around the organization, but never their fingers in it. And so this is something that I think that I'd like to, why we bring up this concept of governance. Things that policy boards should focus on are through, and we'll talk about this, you know, policy management, is that end policies, executive limitations, governance process, and really important is the board staff linkage and how we focus on that. So what brings us to the present? Okay, not that I'm very critical about anything we're doing as board and staff interface, but I'm always looking at continuous improvement and how we can bring some, you know, I mean, this is not like a panacea that if you follow the pathway of governance, you're going to solve all the problems of the issues that we face. But it is a pathway, and those that do follow it seem to be very effective. In fact, my current membership on the Southwestern Oregon Community College Board has again shown me that this process, they adhere to Carver's teachings and how they run that board, and I think they're very effective at what they do. Very efficient, and discussions are very fruitful. So bringing it up to present, last year before I took this job, I talked to Clark Seeley. Clark was very good to give me a call and say, hey, congratulations. And I said, well, thanks, Clark. And we started talking. I said, hey, Clark, you know, because he was associate state forester for years, and they tried to practice some of this stuff. He also went off and became president and chair of Society of American Foresters, which for foresters, that's the great thing in the sky. It's our professional organization. And I know from reading, you know, who reads the Journal of Forestry? Come on. Okay. I know from reading that they were practicing, you know, these governance models. And I talked to Clark, and he says, yeah, Cal, you know, Carver is really good, but he's pretty academic. It's hard for people to understand the how to do this. And so he suggests I go to Amazon, and I bought this book with my own money. Okay, this is not government money, but it says Good Governance for Nonprofits. And this is really a practical guide on how to do it. And I think that's something I want to have the board consider. Is this something you want to put in practice? And if so, should we continue with it? And you know, so, but today's outcomes, I would like to see if you can understand what that process is. So with that, without holding it back, I'm going to allow you know, one of our alumni from ODF to come forward and talk about good governance and policy.
Well, thank you so much, Cal, and good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board, and Cal and the members of the ODF executive team. I'm Clark Seeley, and I'm currently president of Seeley Management Consulting. And I'll be sharing this time with you in session 2 this morning, and kind of helping lead us through this second topic together as we look at the topic of governance. At the outset, I just want to extend my sincere thanks to Ryan and Hillary and Cal and Chair Kelly and Robin and all the other folks who have supported my involvement in today's session. And I'm very much looking forward to spending time with the board this morning. And I've been on since the beginning of the meeting, was just really pleased with what I heard you all discuss and talk about in your first session. And I can't help but kind of reflect on both Chair Kelly's and Cal's opening comments this morning as well. And the WUI map case study that Chair Kelly mentioned. And all of that, you know, revolves around the notion of what we would think and talk about in terms of effective governance. And we'll chat a little bit more about that in a few minutes. And in addition, I also want to just reflect on your next topic this morning, and of course, your topic for tomorrow as well. And I think our piece of the pie this morning with session 2 in terms of governance really sets you up well for this afternoon's discussion on the vision for 2023 and beyond, including the new forestry program for Oregon work. And once again, I think the governance piece is going to play a central role here. I think as I look back or step back and look at these first 3 sessions of your retreat, very interesting to me that they simply line up as a past, present, and future perspective, and I just found that to be you know, really encouraging. Since we're in a retreat format and maybe a little bit less formal than a standard board meeting, I would ask your permission to use first names of board members if that's acceptable to all of you. That would be my preference. Okay, let me go ahead and share my screen at this point if I can. And let me get my presentation set up here. Okay, can everyone see that slide now? Actually, let me go back to the meeting controls. Sorry, I'm going to reshare. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me see. I'm trying to get just the slide by itself up. So let me go at it a bit different way.
So Clark, on our side, we are able to see the slide when you share. It's working here.
Oh, okay. So you're just seeing the slide then?
Yes, just the slide on our side.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so that should just be the slide then. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep, looks good.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, our plan for the second session is we'll work our way down through a little bit of chat about the purpose of our time today. Want to do a little bit of introductions, do an opener for you, and share some perspective from other folks. We'll spend a little bit of time in a primer on governance through policy. And then we'll come back and share some perspective on kind of the current background and situation with the board and with the department and with the state forester. And then we'll kind of close things up with a conversation about considerations about, particularly about the future. And I would say that, again, with Cal's opening comments on this session number 2 just a few minutes ago, and again with Chair Kelly's opening comments this morning, I feel like my role is primarily just to fill in a little bit of the mortar within the bricks of the foundation that both Jim and Cal laid for us this morning. You both, in my opinion, just really framed our conversation so nicely. And so again, my role, I think, is primarily to put a little bit of mortar around those bricks. So our purpose this morning is to really do three things. We want to examine and discuss notions and concepts about organizational governance. We want to kind of review the relationships of this topic to particularly the rest of your retreat, and in particular the revision of the forestry program for Oregon. And then the third purpose for this morning is, again, to talk a bit about how the board and the state forester may want to choose moving forward in terms of improving efforts relative to board governance and the interactions between the board and the state forester. So let me move to some introductions, and these are really just introductory comments that struck me as valuable to, again, kind of set the stage for us this morning. I want to first acknowledge the relevant backgrounds as I look across the current 7 members of the board and look at your bios as I've been able to discover them. What strikes me is, and it's not surprising, of course, that you all have an incredible set of backgrounds relative to directly board work. And in some cases, that's been board work on the board governance side, and in some cases, it's been board relationship work on the executive or the management side. And as Cal said, for himself, it's been both. And I know, again, it's been both for a number of you. So I just want to acknowledge that you all have an incredible background and set of experiences that really play favorably into this whole topic. And I acknowledge that, and I realize that fully. Again, Cal's background, he mentioned briefly, Cal and I have been friends for 20 plus years at this point, and I worked with him directly when he was serving on the board during those years. And then our paths and work have also crossed over time. And I just want to acknowledge that you have a unique individual, I believe, in Cal, in that he is now not only the Oregon State Forester, but again, has had experience as a member of the Oregon Board of Forestry. And while that's not entirely, unique, I think the presence and the insight that brings to the table in terms of Cal's background is really important. And then finally, just my background a little bit. I shared with you in the board materials, the retreat materials, my bio sketch, 35-year career with the Department of Forestry, plus 3 seasons as an intern going to school. And in addition, since retirement, I've had the opportunity to work in a number of different ways, both through my consulting company, as well as through volunteer boards that I've worked with to focus on the topic of governance. And as Cal said, my time with the Society of American Foresters in a leadership role really kind of helped me turn the page, so to speak, on how a board can, in fact, create and implement and integrate an effective governance model that is both effective as well as simple and concise. And for those of you who may be familiar with John Carver's work, to some extent, that seems like a bit of a tall order, but in fact, it is possible. I've had the opportunity to use the system that we'll talk about today with the Society of American Foresters. I also am a member of the Forest History Society and a member of the board, currently the governance committee chair, and we're launching an effort to take this approach into that arena as well. In addition, for the last 23 years of my career, starting when I was district forester in the Coos district, with the listing of the northern spotted owl and marbled murrelet, I had a direct involvement from then forward with both the Oregon Board of Forestry and the State Land Board, particularly, and was just able to work with boards of other parts of state government through my time in the latter part of my career. So that's a bit about my background and kind of why I'm interested in this topic for you all. But maybe just to comment briefly on my engagement with you all in this effort. And I've shared this with Cal. In fact, I think I shared it with him in my first conversation with him when I knew he was in the running for the state forester. I told him I just have a deep affection for the Department of Forestry, the Oregon Department of Forestry, and the Board of Forestry. You know that we in the department often refer to ourselves as a family. And that affection for me runs really deep in terms of my career and particularly the employees of the department and my time working with board members. And I just reflected on when Cal was selected, I reflected on the importance and the value of tight partnerships and relationships between the state forester and the board, and did a bit of kind of soul searching and reflection on the previous several state forester engagements, and in some respects, what led to some of the ultimate decisions that were made. And I wanted to share that with Cal initially. He had already, as he said this morning, had already been on a thought process going back many, many years in terms of governance and relationships between a chief executive and a governing board. And so the ideas that we shared together were very much common at that point. And I told him that if there was any way that I could help ensure success of the board moving forward, and also his success as the new state forester, that I was certainly willing to do that. So I wanted to just share that engagement. The last two introductions, very briefly, of names that we'll use and come back to. You may be very familiar with John Carver and his work, and he and his wife Miriam. Since the mid-70s, Carver and his organization have been kind of at the forefront of governance and boards that are effective in at least the Western cultures around the world. And so now 40 years plus on, this notion of his approach for board governance, really is embedded in the thinking of most organizational management efforts. And I think that in particular, his focus, frankly, has been primarily on nonprofit and government boards. And he acknowledges that there's plenty of good work out there for-profit corporations and organizations. But his focus has been for nearly his entire career on nonprofits and government organizations. So it's a model that is well known, the policy governance model, particularly in public organizations. And his primary work on this topic is the book that is shown here, Boards That Make a Difference. The other two players I want to introduce to you are Frederick Laughlin and Robert Andringa. They are Fred Laughlin had a 29-year career with Price Waterhouse, focusing particularly on for-profit corporation governance. And Bob Andringa spent 25 plus years in nonprofit governance and management efforts. And the two of them had been friends. After their initial or primary careers, they came together and formed a consulting firm that is now almost 20 years in its own right. And out of that, they have produced a number of elements of organizational management, leadership, and governance pieces. And the book that Cal mentioned, Good Governance for Nonprofits, is kind of their high water mark in terms of their work on this topic. And that's the one that we'll be chatting a bit about today. So let's turn to the opener. Why this topic and why now? And to lead off, what we would say and acknowledge is that for organizations that are led by a deliberative body, and this is a generalization, of course, effective governance is critical to the achievement of goals or ends in service to the owners of the organization. And that's kind of the mantra really of effective governance, and the reason why effective governance is important. And this is particularly true in organizations where there is both a deliberative body like a board, a governing board, and a chief executive, and where the relationship between the governing body and the chief executive is a keystone to organizational success. But and the significant however in the equation is that it's not easy, and that's maybe the understatement of the morning. And for many folks, effective governance doesn't seem to often come naturally. In fact, it's not a natural feature. It's a built feature of organizational management. And so often, very often, we struggle. So what is the issue? What's the problem? And what I'd like to do with you for a moment is let John Carver speak for himself on this question of what is the issue and what is the problem. And I'm going to read a quote out of one of his policy guides and just ask you to kind of reflect on what I read and not necessarily even relative to the board forestry, but maybe just kind of your experience in general, reflecting on all the kinds of experience you've had, again, on both sides of the table, so to speak. He says, if you serve on a board of directors, work for one, or observe one, you may have wondered whether there's any rhyme or reason to governance. You're not alone. Many have noticed characteristics of even good boards that are hard to explain. Why, for example, do boards tend to spend hours debating small issues while large ones sail by comparatively unexamined? Why do boards spend hours making decisions that they then forget they made or that go unrecorded or, if recorded, are difficult to locate? Why do boards, realizing the need to evaluate the performance of the organization they govern, try to perform such an evaluation in the absence of previously stated criteria? Why is the focus of boards on the present, or worse, the past, instead of the future? Why do they seem more concerned about the activities of the organization than its outcomes? Why do boards approve reports of things that already happened? And why don't they consider the consequences of not approving them? Why do they so often treat the chief executive as either their friend or their enemy, but rarely as their employee, to whom clarity and fairness, but not subservience, are owed? Why are boards of effective individuals so often ineffective groups? He goes on to say, these and other questions commonly cause confusion and in the end, ineffectiveness by boards. He says you can get a clear answer to the question, what is your job, if you ask anyone in the organization except the board. Yet the board is accountable for the organization, its successes and failures, and the board has more authority than any other part of the organization. And he closes, I'll just close here. He says, in reality, the process of governance is the least developed element in the enterprise. It is, as you have no doubt noticed, a job that often is ill-defined, undisciplined, and dependent on staff rather than exercising leadership of them. Wow. So that's John Carver. That's John Carver on the diagnosis. And Carver is really interesting because he does not hold back on his criticism and concern of the effectiveness of governing boards. But the reason, and this is in paraphrasing his own words, the reason is that he actually knows that he knows how good effective boards can be. So he's hard on boards because he knows how good they can be. To just put a little exclamation then on his point, this is another quote out of the full book itself. He says, the failures of governance are not a problem of people, but of process, particularly in 5 areas: board job design, board staff relationships, the chief executive role, performance management and monitoring, and board management partnership. And he goes on in the opening chapters of the book to flesh that statement out a little bit further, revolved around these 7 elements of concern. Time spent on what he calls the trivial, short-term bias, a reactive stance, reviewing, rehashing, and redoing, leaky accountability, diffuse authority, and complete overload. And we don't have time this morning to really flesh out each of those 7 elements. But I think that you all, again, with your experience, have probably seen a number of these in play in boards that you've worked with. And it's important that we acknowledge and recognize the diagnosis. Now, I want to be really clear at this point with you all, and that is that I am not suggesting at all that the Board of Forestry at this stage of your life as a board exhibits all or even a majority of these kind of characteristics of concern, nor at a scale of dysfunction at all. And so I just want to be clear about that, and I'll speak to that a little more in just a minute. But Carver and Laughlin and Andringas and my aim is to share where the landmines exist and help chart a path about how to avoid them, and also how to create a lasting path forward. And so that's where we want to focus our time. So we would say that, and Carver will acknowledge that there is reason for hope. There is a vision of effectiveness which can be obtained. And again, let me just read and let John Carver share his perspective on this hope. He says, it isn't difficult to imagine what excellent governance by boards should look like. Most people would agree with these ideals. Boards should know who they work for. They should require their organization to be effective and efficient. They should be in control of their organizations. The control they exercise should be of a type that empowers, not strangles. They should be fair in judging, but unafraid to judge, rigorously holding delegatees accountable. They should be disciplined as to their role and their behavior. They should require discipline with regard to the role and behavior of their individual members as the highest authority in the enterprise. They should be predictable and trustworthy. And he goes on to conclude then in the opening piece here, we argue that the policy governance approach that achieves excellence in such an important leadership role is worth giving up some old practices, adopting some new ideas, and transforming the very nature of board activity. The simple message in Carver's words is that boards can be truly effective. So the other quote here on the slide is that the answer focus, what's the difference then between the reality that we first explored and the diagnosis and the vision? And Carver in his full book then states the answer focuses not on the skills or aspirations or dedication of the people who serve on boards, but on their not using a governance system worthy of the importance of their job. So at its core, effective governance is based on well-established board policies that articulate 3 primary key areas: the roles and responsibilities of the board itself and how the board governs and how it functions, the authorities delegated to the chief executive of the organization, and third, the governance partnership, connections, and relationships between the board and the chief executive, including joint roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities. So that's kind of the notion. Each of those 3 policy areas have to be present, they have to be current, and they have to be well understood. And with that, then the organization will be seen as relevant, trustworthy, and ultimately successful. Now we'll get to some expectations at the end of our time this morning to flesh that out a little bit further. But that's kind of the lay of the land. Let me just pause right here if I could and see if there are any questions or comments.
Not seeing anybody in the room here.
Okay, all right, good. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Well, let's go ahead and what we're going to do is begin now by looking at the background paper or the primer that was included in the retreat materials for you. And we're just going to kind of hit the highlights of this as we go along. I'll make some points, but we'll move through the material at a good pace. And to begin, I always like to begin with some definitions. So let's begin there. Well, what do we actually mean by governance? We'll define governance as the exercise of authority and influence over an organization through deciding what and what not to do to further the mission and achieve intended outcomes. In the background paper that you've got, there's a number of other useful definitions at the back of the paper on page 6. But I think as you look at those other definitions, you'll see some common themes around the notion of exercise of authority and influence and the achievement of mission and intended outcomes. So the second term that we want to define is what is policy. And we'll just define it simply as policy being a definite course of strategic action adopted, usually in writing, by a decision-making body to guide a path towards and achieve an end result. So that's a fairly straightforward definition for us for what constitutes policy. Now, if we combine those two definitions, governance and policy, into a third definition, we would say that governance through policy then is the exercise of authority and influence over an organization by means of a definite course of written strategic action. And to put it another way, governance becomes the ends and policy becomes the means to those ends. So if we want to characterize this in ends and means terms, again, governance is the ends that we're striving for with the intended outcomes being achieved, and policy is the means to that end. So let's consider all of this at a little bit deeper level. And what exactly do we mean when we talk about board governance through board policy? I think the reality that we have to express up front is that whether they know it or not, all governing boards have some system for conducting their business. And you may have been on boards where it was incredibly loosely defined and relatively informal. And the famous term is what are the unwritten rules about how things get done? And for some boards, maybe that's okay, and maybe that can work. I would suggest that it's probably not the best approach, but that is one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is very structured and very formal, and of course somewhere the spectrum is broad enough that there's flow in between. Sometimes the system is based on past practice, particularly if the organization's been around a while. You all have been around 111 years. And so you've got some history, and the department has some history, and there's past practice involved. And sometimes that past practice is simply carried forward, and sometimes it's carried forward really without much regard to either current needs or goodness of fit. It's just the way we've always done it. And again, that may be a phrase that has risen in your experience and I frankly hear that phrase as a bit of a red flag relative to how a board is currently operating. But other times, and in the best case scenario, we would hope that the governing system is quite intentional and it's quite purpose built. And again, this is really the preferred approach. Now, as you know, just generally, very broadly speaking, governing boards can be based upon all sorts of different principles and requirements. There can be a primary focus on fundraising and a much less of a focus on true governance. Boards can be operational in their nature. Particularly if there really isn't a paid staff that is part of the organization. But what has been key in terms of the last 40 to 50 years of thinking about organizational management broadly is that organizations who do have a true mission and a true direction that requires effective governance have gravitated to the idea of establishing policy as the key element to roll out that governance methodology. In part, and just think about it, in part it's because very often the board members themselves or the board collectively is already working in the realm of policy establishment. And so to some extent, it's a natural gravitation towards using then policy as the mechanism for building governance. And so then the formation and implementation of policy really becomes kind of the framing approach for board governance. Let's go on to the next question. So that was the question, initially of, what is meant by governance through board policy. So the next question is, why is board policy required for effective board governance? And here again, we're going to lean heavily on the current modern thinking formulated through several decades of work from folks like Carver and others. What even Carver would acknowledge is that most governing boards today are not in need of a complete tear down and reconstruction. And certainly, as I've shared with you already, that's my take, certainly on the Oregon Board of Forestry. I've had the opportunity over the last several months to watch you all in action through your recorded board videos, board meetings over the last several years. And it's really clear to me that you are on a really significant path of making a difference in how you work together and how you work with the state forester and how you want to achieve a better effort going forward. And so kudos that you're, in my opinion, really on a great path. But many boards who have adopted or incorporated best practices into their governance systems have sometimes still areas of need, and sometimes that's significant. And I think one that's on your plate right now is the number and the extent of your annual board meeting scheduling and planning. How many board meetings, of what nature, what length, and all of those. And they sound like details, but they're actually critical to how you then perform your function of governance. But one of the challenges is that even for boards who are working their way towards improvement and making some improvements, they've often incorporated governance changes in a fragmented or a piecemeal fashion rather than a deliberate holistic systems approach. In other words, they've grabbed pieces of good governance that they're aware of, or that a negative situation has revealed the need for, and they've embedded those into their work, but it hasn't been from a holistic or a system approach or view, and therefore it's not complete. And I'll touch on that in a little bit as we get towards the end in your case. So the idea is simply that significant benefits or values can be provided by a systematic approach, And Laughlin and Andringa would say to us that that can be achieved at both what they call a strategic level and a tactical level. So let's take a quick look at that. For the strategic value and benefits, Laughlin and Andringa actually go back to Carver's work. Carver suggests that there are three basic products or contributions of a nonprofit board that it cannot delegate. First is linkage to the ownership. In other words, connecting the owners with the organization. Explicit governing policies. Again, that's the heart of what we're talking about today. And then assurance of organizational performance. And those three elements are what Carver sees that are key to an effective board. And he goes on to say, boards can contribute any number of products to an organization, but these three products cannot be delegated, and this irreducible trio applies to all governing boards. The board may add other products to this list, but it cannot shorten it, and it cannot delegate it and still govern responsibly. So the governance approach then that rests strategically on at least these three areas gets us off to a really significant start, again, from a broad strategic perspective. Now, Laughlin and Andringa go on to articulate 7 tactical values and benefits, and they simply call them tactical because they're a level lower than what Carver has just outlined. And we'll just comment on these briefly, but here's what they say. The board speaks with one voice. Jim mentioned that early this morning, as Cal did, and it is critical. Policies are explicit, and that's, again, it's such a simple notion, but it's so incredibly important. The days of running the organization or governing the organization with unwritten rules and unwritten policies is gone, because it's a disaster simply waiting to happen. Clear guidance to the chief executive. Again, this may be the most important tactical value and benefit of a board governance system rooted in policy, because it's the place where the board and the chief executive can come together at that touch point and agree upon what is the guidance that the board is giving to the chief executive to run the organization. And it's often the place where, frankly, organizations that have either minor challenges or disasters, this is number 3, is the place where that has the potential to fuel those fires. The 4th tactical value is efficient orientation of new board members. You may have said it yourself at some point. I know I have, and that is you're elected or appointed to a new board. You come on board. There's very little, if any, orientation, and you spend the next year and a half or 2 years trying to figure out not only what you're supposed to be doing, but what the board is supposed to be doing. And a set of policy governance, the policy governance approach with a set of well-crafted policies handles that question right from the get-go. Number 5, eased policy development and elimination of duplication. This one is, again, kind of an obvious statement, but it is a way that policy development can be done in a very stepwise and organized fashion so that there aren't huge gaps left open, but there's also not duplication of policy. Number 6 is the efficiency of having board policies all in one place. And this, again, sounds so simple that it, kind of belies the importance of the statement. But just again, think about how many places maybe you've served on boards, or you've been the CEO or the chief executive trying to work with a board. And, very little understanding of where all the information is that the board needs to work with. And again, in an organization of decades old or more, centuries old, this can be really, really important, and it can also be a challenge. Then the final tactical value that Laughlin and Dringa mention is that by the board adopting a policy approach to governance, they can actually model efficiency and competency internally to the staff and the chief executive, but they can also model efficiency and competency to the owners or the stakeholders, if you choose that term. And again, this is one of those places where what you see is what you get. And when modeling efficiency and competence is clear and understandable, then the approach has some significant benefits. So that's the tactical and strategic values and benefits. Okay, let's turn to now what may be the key question for today relative to this second session. And actually, I'm so pleased that Cal already teed this up for us in his opening comments, and it's the how. How is effective board policy developed and implemented? And just a bit of background before we get into some perspective on that answer. Just again, let's lay a little bit of background. Laughlin and Dringa say that many best practices have been formulated to express and define what good governance looks like, particularly for nonprofits. Actually, the world is full of best practices, and all the way from folks like Jim Collins with Good to Great to organizations like BoardSource. The idea of what it takes to be effective in governance is really well understood, and it's not a mystery anymore. So for Laughlin and Dringa, the key question is no longer the what, but rather how to do it. And their point, and this is key, is that this is the point at which most boards get stuck. They understand the need, usually, and they begin to understand the what of best practices, but they can't figure out, frankly, how to do it, how to put it together. And so in Laughlin and Dringa's Good Governance book, they reflected on Jim Collins's Good to Great. And after teeing that up a bit, they said, our concern is not so much with a lack of definition of great or exceptional boards, but rather how one moves into that category. That is, how a nonprofit board goes from good to great. And a bit later in their book, they make the point more directly. And this is such a true statement. The fundamental reason for not developing a board policies approach is that boards and the chief executives don't know how to do it. And that is, experience tells that tale so truthfully. So this has really become the crux of the matter for many boards and organizations. How? Yet, all of the experience that's embedded in the work of these folks tells us and tells them that there is hope. Boards and chief executives can, in fact, learn how to do it and achieve success. So let's begin to kind of step down through and formulate how this might work for us. First of all, board policy must be both intentional and described. In other words, it's got to be connected with the organization, and the policy has to be direct to the notion of governance, the work of the board, and it has to be described. In other words, it can't be unwritten. And Laughlin and Dringa use a term called the Board Policies Manual, or BPM, and that's the term we'll use for our time this morning. The board policies manual is a thorough, clear, concise, written expression of the governance policies of the board in a way that addresses those three interrelated aspects that we already covered: roles and responsibilities of the board, authorities delegated to the chief executive, and the governance partnership. And as Laughlin and Andringa describe it, those four words that I've bolded on the slide here, thorough, clear, concise, and written, would maybe on first blush for you seem a bit contradictory in their phrasing. In other words, how can a set of board policies be thorough and yet concise? And, how does that happen? How does that work? But the reality is that it can, and that it does, and that boards can, in fact, achieve that. Once the BPM is created and implemented, it becomes the expression of the what, the how, the who, and the why of the governance of the organization. And it's agreed upon by both the board members and the chief executive. And that, of course, is critical. And if there isn't common understanding and agreement on the BPM, then obviously all bets are off and the effort will not be successful. Another way to say it, of course, is that everyone is singing off the same sheet of music. And of course, like any kind of effort of this nature, strategic planning, for example, the BPM also must be a living document that's adaptable through time as situations or conditions change. If we look at the approach, how is effective board policy developed and implemented, there's essentially three primary stages or legs of the journey, so to speak. The first is committing to the BPM, and frankly, this is the most important of the three. If there isn't full commitment by the board members and the board collectively and the CEO or the chief executive, then the process should not move forward. Because without the commitment, pursuing the approach doesn't make any sense. And frankly, it's not worth it. And in fact, at worst, an approach that's not bought into could, in fact, do more damage than good. The second leg is developing the BPM, obviously very straightforward. The approach that Laughlin and Andringa propose is that board member involvement is key and required, but with support. It doesn't have to be burdensome or overwhelming. And that through 8 progressive steps, the BPM is developed in an orderly and complete manner. The board policies manual for most nonprofit organizations or governmental entities can be literally 15 to 25 pages in total. And again, that number may strike you as unrealistic at best, but it's true because of the nature of what's being created and formulated relative to governance and the format or the layout of the document that is achievable and possible. And then the final piece, of course, is to take that work and actually implement it and integrate it into the organization. It's not intended to be a static document. It's not a one and done. It's got to be an active living document, like a tool that's used on a continuing basis, kept up to date, kept current, and kept relevant. There's an important element of the BPM notion that is key for us to understand how it works within a broader system. And this diagram kind of displays that idea. The reality is that organizations of almost every stripe, public, private, profit, nonprofit, almost every organization that has been around for a while has organizational, quote, policies that drive the function and the work of the organization. And we use quotes to say policies because we wouldn't normally think of maybe things like federal law or state law as policy, but in fact, from our broad definition, they would be. And so the BPM, the board policies, actually exist within a hierarchy of other organizational policies. And you can see it here with the diagram: federal law, state law, parent organization policies, articles of incorporation, bylaws, and then board policies via the BPM. And then below that, primary organizational policies and other organizational policies. The key principle here is simply that the policies at a particular level can't conflict with nor contradict the policies above it. And I think that makes sense as we think about the hierarchy. But the key to see here really is the notion that for many, many organizations, even those who have a set of bylaws, they attempt to go from a governance perspective, they attempt to go from a set of bylaws to actually organizational policy. And very often there's a gap. There's a gap that exists in terms of, again, how the governing board actually does its work and the relationship between the governing board and the chief executive and the rest of the organization. And the idea is that board policies that deal with governance fill that gap. They fill that space between what we would call bylaws and operational or organizational policies. Now, for the Board of Forestry and for the Department of Forestry, it might look something like this: federal laws, Oregon state laws, state of Oregon administrative policies that might come from the Department of Administrative Services or from the governor's office that apply to all units of state government. And then there's the organic statutes of the board and the state forester and the department, and we know what those are. And then there's administrative rules of the board and state forester and the department. To some extent, those administrative rules kind of play the role sometimes as bylaws might. In some respects, it's not a perfect analogy, but there's a little bit there.
Hey, Clark.
Yes.
I'm so sorry, but I just wanted to do a quick time check, and
Okay.
I'm just reading the room a little bit, and I can see that people are starting to kind of drop down, and I'm just wondering if we have about 20 to 25 minutes between
Sure.
now and lunch, and I just wanted to kind of check in and see if you wanted to create some space for conversation or.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Robin. Thank you. Yeah, let me just close this slide out then and just say that again, the board policies then via a BPM plays its role in terms of the governance piece, both up and down this hierarchy. So let me go ahead and go to kind of the final piece, the final slide on the how, and then we'll close out the primer here. With any effort like this, we've got to have obviously realistic expectations, and that's key. And I just teed them up in the sense of maybe three fundamental questions. Is the policy approach to governance in a BPM a silver bullet to correct all the issues and concerns of governance that a board may have? Clearly, no. Does the approach guarantee that the board will not encounter issues or concerns in the future? Again, the answer is no. But does the policy approach and the BPM ensure that the board and the chief executive may make gains and strides and improvements over time? And I think clearly the answer there is yes. And again, I'd reflect on the work that you all already are doing in your efforts and making significant moves forward. So let me move on to a couple of thoughts about where you're currently at. In recent years, both the board and the department have experienced significant and important changes in leadership. The appointment of a new board chair, 4 new board members, a new state forester, a number of changes in the executive team. And during times of transition like this, this really represents a unique opportunity to examine things like leadership and governance and management of the organization. And really the board and the department are in that space today. Since the most recent leadership changes, you all have actually, again, done some excellent work together between the board and the department. You adopted a board governance policy statement in 2020, in July of 2020. That was frankly, it was a bit of a reactive statement, but an important one nonetheless. And you've got that in play right now. You've obviously done some initial policy work based on the MGO review. You've got some work coming up on the forestry program for Oregon update and revision. And you're currently going to be working more fully on your planning for 2023 and beyond. So all of these actions and forward-looking discussions appear, to me at least, to be really well-founded and effective in their own right. But there's kind of two final questions to ask yourself. And the first is whether additional improvements and gains in effective governance can be achieved. And if so, whether the board and the state forester should embark on a pathway that moves in that direction. And as I've watched you all work, again, particularly in the last 18 months or so through your board meetings, and especially in some of your open discussion time, it's been clear to me that I sense an interest and a desire to move in this direction. You all talked about it actually just this morning as you went through and looked at the performance review. Just as a reminder, your July 22nd, 2020 statement says that your fundamental policy statement says that it is the policy of the Oregon Board of Forestry to have a set of bylaws to direct and clarify its actions, procedures, and organization, which include expectations of members. The board will establish written documentation for board processes and procedures developed to execute its statutory responsibility. So that's your policy statement that you adopted in 2020. And so to me, I think that it appears that the answer to the two questions that I posed are yes and yes. I think the interest, obviously, that you've expressed is genuine. And I think the timing is excellent. The timing is right. And I think with all the other factors that you have in play, particularly revision and update of the forestry program for Oregon as your strategic plan, I think that it seems right to me at this point. So I'll close on that, and certainly please open and share thoughts and questions and comments. And I think if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and just stop the share and come back to you all.
I was going to suggest that, Clark, just so you can see us.
So Clark, this is really useful information. It's great to hear all of this. But I think I need to step back because, as I came onto this board, we had a lot of dysfunction going on. We had in terms of the leadership of the organization and the board, it was a pretty technocratic approach. There was no emphasis given to building a team, to the soft side of things, to getting to know who each other were. We were just plopped down and starting to face these issues. At that time, we didn't have much of an orientation process at all. So, and we had some really dysfunctional stuff going on. We had board members being really demeaned in some situations at worst. So, as I became board chair, my focus at the very beginning was really on the soft side. How do we build a team? How do we build affection? How do we get to know each other and have the time to even to do that. And that's been the first thing I wanted to do. And of course, then we had COVID at the same time. So that kind of threw a wrench in the whole thing. But so at the end, you're laying out a lot of tools for us. But I was just sort of surprised that there was no mention of what I think has to be foundational, which is trusting relationships being built before you can do any of this very effectively. So I'm just wondering what your reaction or comments to that, or any others.
Yeah, Jim, I think you're exactly right. The relationships on a personal level between board members and the chief executive are critical. And when things go south, they can go south for many different reasons, like you just said. And some of it may be structural, some of it may be the system, some of it may be the processes involved. But the reality is exactly what you've said, and that is that it also can involve personalities and personal relationships, or the breakage of relationships. And I think to a great extent, the approach of board governance through policy, is something that can foster improved relationships as the board works on development and creation of policies with the chief executive. But at the end of the day, you're right, there also has to be the soft side of the equation. And, those kind of things can come through active engagement between board members and the chief executive and staff in retreat settings like you all do, or just through the normal course of board work together. I think, frankly, one of the observations I've had is where you've been able to carve out some time at the end of several board meetings in the last 18 months and just have open discussion time. Probably more than half of the value of that time is exactly what you're speaking to, Jim, than it is simply solving problems or whatever. So fully acknowledge exactly what you've said. But I guess I'll just say, add another phrase or a comma rather than a period. Again, from my distance looking in on your work together between you and Cal, particularly since he has come on board, what I observe through your formal meeting time together, which is obviously all that I can observe, I see incredible positive relationships being built, and between the new board members and each other, as well as your relationship with Cal. So that's for me, at least, that's what's so encouraging.
Brenda McComb, for the record.
Test.
Yes, Brenda McComb. Just a few observations. Thank you for your comments, Brian. Thank you for that. Don't expect me to learn this by the end of the day. Okay. So what I heard was what I would characterize as a top-down command and control structure for governance of an agency, which is certainly necessary for certain accountability purposes, and has been the way that agencies have been governed certainly over most of the 20th century. But in this day and age, functional boards can work collaboratively with agencies to set strategic directions. And I think that sometimes the command and control, top-down authoritarian approach can get in the way of those sorts of conversations. And we need to move beyond that. And so my question to you is, how do we keep the parts that we need to And I would argue that there are very few parts that we need to create that we don't already have. But how can we foster that kind of holistic, collaborative approach to setting strategic directions for the agency?
Yeah, that's a great question, Brenda, and a really good observation. And I agree with you totally. I think that in the framework of the creation of a set of board policies, the approach that's seen today as effective is exactly what you're describing, rather than maybe the former top-down autocratic approach. And I say that because the framework that's given, for example, in Laughlin and Andringa's model is one where not only are the policies built collaboratively and in partnership between the chief executive and the board, but a good 2/3 or half of the set of policies collectively is focused on relationship and expectations. In other words, what are the expectations that the board has for the chief executive and the organization, and vice versa? What are the expectations that the chief executive has and the organization has of the board? And so I guess I'd say I'm as wary and cautious about the old model of top-down autocratic governance as you are. I think I am, at least based on what you've said. And I would, I would see that the process that we're suggesting here in terms of clarity and conciseness and effectiveness with what's created is one that is built together in partnership. In fact, that's the reason why the background paper is entitled the way that it is, with a focus on the partnership piece. Now, that's not to say that a board, could use this kind of a framework and be fully autocratic and, thumb on the scale at all times. But again, frankly, that's not what Carver or Laughlin and Andringa would suggest is effective. But it's certainly a watch out. I mean, it is clearly a watch out that needs to be, paid attention to. I think it comes back very much actually also to Jim's, he framed them this morning as the classic concerns, one on the staff side, one on the board side. And I think both of those classic concerns are right in the wheelhouse of what a set of board policies is intended to directly guard against, and in fact work towards achieving the opposite of. So a perspective there.
So I have a quick question. Clark, I like your list of 7 tactical, principles for a board. Having served on many boards, some corporate, some nonprofit, and 2 that this board, as well as the Federal Reserve Board, which are policy and regulatory boards, the board speaking with one voice is pretty hard. This board can barely speak at all, let alone with one voice, just by our own regulatory control and the public meetings law. But 2, so much, and you've served on a forestry board, so you understand the big conflict issues that are being dealt with in forestry, and these are multi-million and multi-billion-dollar price tag issues. So what might affect Coos County might affect, Multnomah County in very, very, very different ways. Well, we represent the public. I get that. At the Fed, you would have the Atlanta board and the San Francisco board didn't agree. And you would expect disagreement out of big policy discussions where you have very uneven and very different financial consequences. So I'd like you to address that specifically as it relates to this board and specifically on item number 1, because when we get into these multi-million and billion-dollar consequence issues, I fully expect disagreement and different voices. A vote may land us to a decision, but I'd like you to address that conflict on these policy and regulatory boards.
Sure, absolutely, Carla. I think that a great perspective and observation for sure. And in fact, you're right. Speaking with one voice is often the primary challenge of a board based on an outcome or a decision that's made. I think that the notion is not intended at all in any way to discourage the open discussion of challenging ideas or differences of opinion or differences even of operational policy perspectives. And of course, your work as most government boards has to be done in open. And so those open disagreements or discussions are important and must be in play. But when the board does, in fact, make a final decision, then that decision is carried forward then with one voice. And the notion being that when the decision has been made by the board, then individual board members who may comment on the decision carry the message of the decision, to the publics or to the organizations that they may be, or individuals that they may be in conversation with. So I think it's, again, it's a matter of the one voice approach is important to ensure that the board collectively is recognized as having made the decision, and yet certainly not stifle or confuse the value and importance of rigorous discussion over, as you all know, many months or even years of time of evaluation that has to take place. And it's got to be honest. I mean, it's got to be trustworthy and honest in its expression.
So Clark, this is Liz Ekpawa, and I'm the newest board member, and that Carla had my question about the one voice, because I do think, our diversity is our strength, like it is for the country. We're a microcosm of that. And so how do we feel respected? So I want to dive deeper into something that Carla also said that was a question of mine on our public meeting laws. This, for me, this is a new experience that with the public meeting laws, because sometimes I feel like my discussion is, my contribution is more cautious because everything's recorded, and I'm always trying to find out what the edge of the pools are. Who am I talking to? Did I repeat something and whatever? And then, and I also think because of that, the depth that I go into discussion is I'm less in depth, and therefore sometimes I feel that my contribution to decisions are less robust. So Clark, you probably, this was your experience, so those sideboards, and then you've been on other boards that don't have public meeting laws. What do you think about, to try to still achieve an outcome where you have within the meeting laws the most robust discussions while doing that? Because that's kind of been in back of my mind this first year, is how do I navigate that?
Sure, that's a great question, Liz, and I think that the importance, for me at least, the importance of the perspective is that if the board is able to craft through policy development its framework for governance, and by that, the nature of the structure of the board, the processes it uses for making decisions and determining topics of agendas and so forth. And all of that is articulated in clear policies that then become part of the public record. The board has actually then is able to then set the expectation that during public meeting times, the public is going to see a robust discussion by individual board members around the topic and robust discussion between the board and the staff around particular topics. And that that should be considered to be not only the norm, but in fact, good governance for that to happen. And so again, if the board has been deliberate up front about creating a set of policies that articulate that, and that those policies then, which of course they would be anyway, are part of the public record, and the board comments periodically on the fact that this is how we do governance, then the public shouldn't be surprised when, again, robust discussion happens within the context of the board itself, or the board and the organization, or even the board and the owners, the stakeholders, so to speak. But that is all to say, and again, see that then as normality or a normal situation. But then it's all to say that when the final decision comes and the decision is made, then the board is able to speak with one voice about the decision that was arrived at, why it was arrived at, even the pluses and minuses that maybe led into the decision, but the fact that the decision has been made and the board is, is speaking with one voice in that sense. So I guess what I just encourage is that by setting an expectation of this is the way the board operates through governance, and having done it in a written format that is publicly accessible, then there's no surprises on the part of, in this case, the owners or the stakeholders. They come to expect a board that is robust in its deliberations and yet knows that those deliberations, lead to a decision that then the board collectively moves forward with as one.
Thanks, Clark. From my perspective as, in quotes, the chief executive officer for the organization, when I've looked at this board policy manual and how we implement that, I looked at it as achieving it's a communication device. In other words, it frames up the discussion between the board and the chief executive, that linkage between the board and the staff and so on. If you go back and look at one of the big responsibilities of the board is to be that linkage to our the people outside, the people of Oregon, that moral linkage, that opinion linkage. And that's why we have diversity. There's also the recognition that we have diversity because this is a complicated subject and it needs a lot of perspectives. And I never underestimate or underappreciate the expertise that our board members bring to this organization because it's the authority that you are given. But when I look at the board policy manual, I'm looking at it as more of an effective way to communicate with the chief executive officer, as these are the policies, whether you want to assure performance of some sort, or you want to be able to give me direction as to what is the most important things. And those are where we want to have those single voices, that's the explicit, policies that we want you to achieve as an organization. And so that's how I look at it. I mean, this question of, are we moving towards a more command control organization? I hope not. I believe, I've told this to people that work for me, I believe in loose, tight management. Loose in the fact that I want to be able to have people to make decisions, analyze the situation and come to the best possible pathway, but tight on expectations. And that's where I think board policy manuals do create, that tells you what decisions should be made, what they should be made, but what they shouldn't be. In other words, those are the bumpers, and you allow them to have that space between. I think also, I also like to push decision down to the lowest level. And that, I think by doing so, that allows the organization to be more efficient, and actually at the lowest level, you'll be able to react to things more quickly. However, you have to have some governance, some bumpers, and that's all I think from my perspective. So, like I said, this isn't a panacea. It has to be commitment from both sides, and everyone has to be. It's not to replace the ability of the boards to have their individual thoughts or voices. In fact, it's supposed to encourage it. But it is allowed to, that when the board does speak, it is coming from one voice. And so the importance and the weight of that is even more important. So that's all I wanted to say about that. So.
All right. Thank you for that. And this feels like tip of the iceberg, very robust conversations yet to be had on a number of themes that emerged in this. So Clark, thank you for your contributions to really teeing up this discussion amongst the board and the agency. We will have more opportunity to revisit a number of these themes as we go throughout the rest of today and into tomorrow. So I hope that we can put a pin in a number of these items and keep talking about them. And for now, let's thank Clark for joining us. Thank you very much, Clark.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be with you. And I'll be on the meeting with you either on Zoom or on YouTube, one way or another, for the next day and a half.
Great. And with that, we will break for lunch and come back and resume at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you at 1. Okay. All right. So it looks like we still have one or two still coming back from lunch, but I think we'll soft pedal this with, there were some questions at the break around logistics for tonight. So do we want to talk about those right now? Actually, our logistics person isn't in the room, Cal.
Expertise is gone, huh?
Our expertise is gone. Maybe we'll do it at the end of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do it at the end of the day. Okay. So I'm just going to turn it over to Ryan. I know you're leading us out, but I did want to just see if there were any quick reflections from the morning, from any of the board or executive team that you want to just pop into the room at this moment, so that we're making sure we kind of hold space for some of your thinking right now, and then we'll move on to the next portion. There may be a tryptophan effect going on right now. There were turkey sandwiches at lunch, so I fully appreciate that. But if anybody has some like burning thoughts that you wanted to make sure we don't lose sight of, let's get them out now. Okay. All right, let's move on then.
In that case, my job's really easy. No, so for the next 90 minutes or so, I'm really focused on trying to have a conversation, and I want to make sure that everybody's engaged in that conversation. There's method to the madness of how we set the room up here with the board and executive team members intermingled. I've got a number of topics. None of them are unfamiliar to anyone here. We've talked about them at a couple of board meetings and at some executive team meetings. But my goal, I don't have a presentation. My goal is to put some ideas on the table, ask some questions, and get some feedback and take notes, and use that to help chart a path forward. We've all sort of embraced the idea that we want to try some different stuff and do some things differently around the way that we're working together and the way we're facilitating and planning for board meetings. And that's really what this afternoon is about. We're going to try some things. We've already committed ourselves to that as well, that we just want to try to do some things a little bit differently and see what works and see what doesn't. And I think in the context of the conversation that we've had so far today, it fits really well. So we know that we're going to embark on a revision of the board's strategic plan, of the department's strategic plan. And while there's a lot of work to do there, we know that that's a solid process that we're going to work through over the next 18 months or so. We just had a conversation about the development of a board policy manual. And I want to start there, actually, before I say much more, because I think that we came away from that conversation with the idea that that was a lot of work. And I'm not sure that it really is necessarily. I think that a lot of what we need is right in front of us, already exists, and it's just a need to formalize it and work together to recognize it and formalize it, because we're all new working together. We have a number of new board members and a mostly new executive team. So I want to pause right there and see what folks are thinking. What's your reaction to that suggestion that, hey, there's not a lot actually of hard work. A lot of it's right in front of us.
Well, you and I had a little conversation about this, and that was the same point that I wanted to make, is that this is not rocket science. It's really just getting a bunch of common sense things down on paper. And we already have a bunch of sideboards and we understand who we as a board are supposed to represent. It's not complicated. So my concern was not to start into some big deal that would delay what I think is more important work. But I think it would be useful to get this done. I think it's, and I hope it's relatively easy to do. Interesting to hear other thoughts.
Okay, Ryan assures me it's ready to go. So I agree that it should not be difficult. The board is reasonably high functioning now. We have processes, whether they're written down or not, that we seem to be following and seem to be making progress. So the question is, who writes them down and how are they vetted? Because I don't see the board spending a huge amount of time doing this. You're already pretty busy. So
Ryan does all the work.
Okay, done.
Drop the mic and we're done.
No, I think there's, we were talking about the one nuance is how do we catch some of this more collaborative approach than the top-down piece of it. And I think there would have to be, my guess in this is that staff does do the lion's share of this work. Then we have a meeting where we have had an opportunity to review that and comment and make suggestions, and then a formal adoption after that.
Comment. So I agree with Chair and Brenda, and I think But Jim, you said something earlier about those soft skills. And so what I hear is that it's mostly together, and it's about being clear and efficient and writing it down. But I'm just wondering if we think that it's important to put in some of these processes that make our soft skills more robust. Is that a place to do it? Or is that offline someplace else? Or is there a way to incorporate that intention in the BPMs? Just a thought. Not sure how that looks.
I think the soft skills are soft, right? Amorphous. Go ahead.
Which is nothing new, I know, but so I view the DPM as kind of a set of, as Cal described them, kind of bumper, it kind of keeps us going in the same direction, some consistency in how we operate. And it seems like that's fairly straightforward to write down. And it's really important because you're not going to be board chair forever, and Cal's not going to be CEO forever. So we need those things, right?
Right.
But let's just do them and get them done. And then the soft skills, I think, come in the more collaborative discussions around how do we develop the strategies moving forward for fire protection and fire promotion and all the other things that we do. To me, those are they're related, but they're not the same thing.
Appreciate it. I think we have an opportunity right now with this board to do this very quickly and very easily, and I think we're not all going to be on this board, and that's something that it can live forward with, the kind of a bit of a legacy that this board leaves behind is that kind of the process by which we operate by. So anyway, same, yeah, Jim's not going to be chair forever. We're not going to all be here forever. And I think we have an opportunity on this board to do that.
It's starting to feel like forever.
There you go. Sure.
Okay, sorry about that. I guess so I agree with what everyone said. I'm just a little confused about, I guess, the level of detail that you include in a policy manual, because talking about bookends and the way we operate is different to me than maybe some of the practices that we've instituted to either avoid those 7 things that were mentioned to us, such as leaky accountability, or reactive stance, or to promote the tactical things, like the board speaks with one voice, for instance. And I view that like one of our practices to do that is that we come together at the end of meetings and we say, hey, you may have proposed, one board member may have proposed something, but we're all going to agree right now to what we said, and we're all going to give a unified direction. So that's a tactic, right? But the principle of it's different. So what do we do with a policy manual? What level is that? And I guess that's my question, because I just don't know.
Oh, you have a microphone right there. This presentation sort of alluded to, there's sort of 2 parts. We also don't have our bylaws. And so I think we're kind of talking about bylaws and a board policy manual, which I think we need both of those. And kind of what you're getting at, one does more of the sideboards, then one is more of the policies, if I understand that correctly. Am I correct here?
So let me make the suggestion that we have someone who's willing to help guide us through this process. That's Clark. That's part of the reason that he joined us today. And I think that what would be helpful to help us kind of vet some of this is if we had a clear commitment from a couple of board members and a couple of staff members to get together and work on the process, and then bring the relevant questions back to the board for consideration. And I'm thinking this probably, as things move with board meeting schedules and working in public formats, we're talking about a year probably to get there. So again, we're not here making decisions. I'm throwing this out there looking for some feedback. So immediately to my mind, I don't think this is a surprise. I'm thinking that Jim and Cal are well positioned to be part of this work group, given the role that they have in working together. But Brenda, you.
Brenda's
This is all beginning to make me really nervous, and probably less so than those two. I think it might be wise to take a couple of examples that you and Clark work up and share with us to kind of make sure everybody's on the same page about where you're going with this. Because a year-long process that takes time from those two folks and you, it may be time well spent, but there's so much else going on right now. I'm skeptical.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, I think, echoing that, I'm willing to put time into it, but we got to keep it. We really do have to keep sideboards around this. I mean, no question about that. We've got lots else. I do think in his presentation and Clark's presentation, I think we are going to want to have some capacity to revisit some of the questions that are posed, particularly the ones about, are we being, I can't remember what the language was, short-sighted, and some of the other ways that, are we overwhelmed? I think these are questions that I think we also need to have a process, again, probably in our late in meetings time, where we ask ourselves some of those questions that he's laid out that are the ones around if a board is really the common ways that he laid out that boards might not be operating well. Yeah. I certainly, as I looked or heard or read that list and heard it, I thought, oh yeah, I'm guilty of some of those things pretty often, feeling overwhelmed, for one,
So is this on? Yes. In thinking about this, I went back and read the Oregon Board Forestry primer. And this was given to us in orientation. But what's interesting is then you look at the board role and statute, and a bunch of this primer looks like there's some conflict with statute. And some of the statute is very out of date or outdated, some outdated wording. I could see where this could turn into quite a project pretty quickly. And then you run up against a legislature that might not have the appetite to adopt anything new that we do. So I guess, Ryan, I would ask you a question. And if we look at this primer, what are the biggest one or two things that you would want this board to think about and really tackle? Because I can see in the rewriting of this, we just might be opening up a can of worms that we don't necessarily want to open right now.
Cal, do you want me to take a shot at that, or do you want to take a first shot?
I'll take a quick shot at that. First off, I see the BPM as a communication device, and if I were to prioritize the areas, I would say the board, CEO, staff relationship and linkage, and look at BPMs initially and how we work in those areas. And I think what we need to do is come forth with some examples. The conflicts with, and that's interesting because I need to go back and look at that, because the conflict with Oregon statute, that's one reason I was really encouraged to have Clark look in on this, because he spent, I don't know, 50 years as associate deputy state forester. No, I'm just kidding. I think that's how long he's been married. But anyway, no, because of his familiarity with ODF and its organic documents and everything, I think that makes a really good match.
Yeah, I think you should, and look at 526.041. I mean, it's very clear on what our supervision as the State Board of Forestry is as it relates to the CEO. And then also, prior to that, just those sections in there really clearly outline in statute what our role is. 526.016 is also a good one to look at. But I just don't think you want to run afoul of what this says or be prepared to, put a new law in and
No.
rewrite it. So
We're not gonna, that's, if you saw that hierarchy
yeah,
of laws, and Oregon state law is way up there, and if we get down to the BPM, we're pretty low. But I don't see us wanting to embark anything of that nature as far as an organization until I get my LC through and figure out the financing of the department. To me, that's the next existential issue there.
So clearly some scoping still needed here to put some potential bounds around this project. Brenda, you got your hand up. I am going to try to keep us moving along too.
Sorry, very quickly. So I agree with Carla that there are things we will do that's required of us by law, but there are also things we should do, which is not required by law. And I think that's where the BPM, in my mind, comes into play, things we should be doing. But who we haven't heard from very much at all so far today are people beyond Ryan, Cal, and the board members. So I'd really like to see us hear from more of the staff.
So I do want to I've got a number of topics to get through, but I like that open-ended question. Are there anything for ET, any thoughts on your mind about this process, or some thoughts about some issues or concerns that we might be able to solve by going through a board governance process as Clark outlined? I'm going to just allow an uncomfortable silence for a minute.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
So it's a little hard to get my head around exactly where everybody wants to go with this, and that's fine. And I tend to jump.
Just hold it.
Okay, how's that? And so just, I've got a few thoughts around technical fixes and how the board can find its alignment with, Oregonians generally. And this really is tied to some of the stuff that Brenda suggested on several occasions now. But from the staff perspective and working with the board, so staff really does want to see the healthy debate and the range of opinion, and we don't want anybody to feel stifled by that on the board. We think we need that. That's a huge thing. And then the speaking with one voice thing just really comes down to, okay, then when you tell us what to do, okay, this is how we're going forward. And that's the one voice. How that all gets divided out into different pieces of this is, I don't know. I don't have any real hard thoughts on that. I think, the question between a board policy manual and the FPFO or other statements of where the board thinks it should be positioned, whatever the vehicle is, it's kind of not so much a deal to me, I suppose.
Thank you, Mike. Does anybody else have anything they want to add? Yeah, I think there's a mic close to you right there, Carla. Yep.
All right, I always kind of like to feel the mood before I open up my mouth because I have a habit of putting my foot in it. But anyway, I think from a field perspective, we see it as a great anchor point, and the field, it could help us use it as a tool so we can better meet the board and the agency's needs. So a lot of folks out there in the field, they follow what's going on, they read, they understand the policies and procedures and whatnot. But there's also, with a lot of change and a lot of new folks coming into the agency, they don't understand how the board fits in with the Salem and then trickles down into the field and how that information flows back, up and down the chain. So I think it would be very beneficial from a field perspective to, again, help us meet the board and the agency's expectations.
Yeah, and I think that anchor point is important, and I think the board policy manual will give the organization some anchor points. But we need to talk about scope and depth and detail, and that's the discussion I think we need to talk with Clark about. You know, how you apply this. I would like to see the SAF's BPM and others, just to see the scope, effect, and details. But one of the things, you know, like I do, I'm always often accused of telling too many stories and being quite simple in what I say. And I have, you know, kind of what jokingly, but not jokingly, I said, "What's the number one rule?" Can someone tell me? What's that? No, that's his number 2 rule. What's the number 1 rule? Follow the law. And I try to, as a management, I always try to give very simple instructions like that, because when you're out in the field and you're trying to make a decision, what are you going to hear? You're going to hear Kel Mukamoto say, "Follow the law, Michael." You know, so those are some of the anchor points. So anyway, that's my philosophy.
Just going to note that we've already complicated this, because, you know, you always got to start with who's the audience, and we've already complicated that. You know, because I'm kind of thinking, well, we're the audience, but, you know, maybe not. So that'll be the first thing to really answer.
So for the record, Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. Thoughts on this? I think, you know, further fleshing out board policy manual and other components here will be helpful for staff as we support the board. We have a tremendous amount of work in front of us, you know, rulemaking, other types of things that we do to support the board. And the clearer that is and more alignment there will make that process more efficient, I think. So that would be my thoughts.
Yeah. I got my own mic. Bill Herber, Deputy Director for Administration. I'm not going to comment. I don't think on the mechanics of the functions of all that. I think, Ryan, you queued up that there's not a lot broken. There's a lot of working parts here, and it takes a little bit of work just to kind of get it together. And that's where I think I've been. I've spent a significant amount of time going through Clark's history of the organization and seeing where it was and all these iterations of doing exactly this and kind of reinventing the wheel. And every time I see where it falls apart, it's just this misalignment of everybody's understanding of where we are at a certain point in time. We mentioned history, and this agency's full of history, and I think everybody has a different perspective of that history because they've come out at a different point, at a different perspective in all this. And so I just want to, the benefit I see at this current work is that everybody at least starts on the same page. And I think it's, you know, inherent in us to keep that going. We talked about onboarding and all that. I think that's critical because those seem to be the gaps of when we've had solid strategic mechanisms in place, but then they fall apart. It's because we get new people in and people forget about it. And I think this most recent one, it's happened both at the board level and internally. We've had a complete remakeup of the executive team, and nobody saw what the last iteration was, and we kind of lost all that history. We continue to lose the history. And I think that for me, the benefit of doing this work, like I said, I won't get into mechanics of it, is that everybody starts on the same page, but it's important that we keep those pieces that keep it moving, because that's where we lose the traction, is we do the work and then the implementation falls short soon thereafter.
Can I say something? Bill, I think that's real important, to not reinvent the wheel and have a good handle. This board in past has dealt with a lot of different things, and we've gone through a lot of iterations. And I have to read, that's why when Clark came and talked to me, I said, this is a man that knows what this organization has gone through. Maybe there might be a little space between me and, you know, a few years back, but it's good to have that handle. And that was one thing that with all this change, we've lost, and, you know, the internal memory to a certain extent. So I may not be totally new to ODF because I served on its board, but I am pretty new to ODF. And so I appreciate history. So
I did want to point out the one nexus to the statutes in 526, some of that language verbatim is from 1911. It just gives you.
But we got to follow the law, Bill. What's the first rule of engagement? Follow the law.
See what an uncomfortable pause will get you. That's great. Appreciate the conversation. So there's definitely some interest here I've heard a lot of conversation around some different needs. So I think it comes back to scoping and really understanding what is the thing that we're talking about trying to do. And so I want to kind of put a pin in that because of time. I do have a number of other things that I want to move through, but definitely I think a place for a little work group. Dave, I am looking at you because I think some field perspective would be good there. Jim and Cal, I already pointed at you guys if you feel like you'd be into that. All right.
We get to say no. I don't, but you do. Yeah.
Is there another board member that would be interested in being part of this conversation? I'm just gonna. Great, thank you, Chandra. All right, so we've got Chandra and Jim, Cal, and Dave as a starting point for a small work group. I never leave a meeting without a plan for the next meeting. That's my mantra. So there we go. Appreciate that. Everybody here knows how much I love meetings. All right, so I'd like to shift gears a little bit then and start to work through a few topics that I've already teed up. So in the board packet, you've got my presentation from some previous board meeting. I have no idea which one. And I've tried to organize things kind of from easy to hard, from concrete to abstract. These are the things that we can kind of, sink our teeth into a little bit and try some stuff out. So I'm going to just throw some ideas up there and look for feedback. First thing I want to hit on is meeting frequency and duration. So some things that I've heard on both sides, if you will, on board and staff side, time for more formal and informal interaction, opportunities for more public engagement, more time around decision making. One of the observations that I personally have is that oftentimes the opportunity for public feedback and comment is right up against when the decision is made. And if I was sitting in your chair as a board member, that would be kind of a challenge, I would think, to take that and feel like I did it justice and then turn around and make a decision. And then something that we've talked about a lot here today is having more space for that collaboration that we're looking for more of a continuous dialogue between the board and staff in terms of setting agendas, keeping ourselves accountable for the work that we said we're going to do, and just kind of generally thinking about, well, it was trust. It was the way it was articulated earlier today, but more specifically, I think Brenda was talking about effectiveness, integrity, and transparency, some of those indicators maybe of trust. So the thought then is to consider a modified schedule where we'd have where we would have 2-day meetings next year. So we look at the 2023 calendar, we'd plan around, let's see, it's in your packet. I'm gonna look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 2-day meetings next year. The idea being to address those issues by having a less compressed agenda, opportunities for more easy conversation, and more space for informal conversation around those meetings. I think the trade-off in moving that direction is that we most likely open ourselves up to need to schedule some one-off issue-specific meetings. Because we either come up against something that needs more conversation or a timeline that just doesn't fit into that 2-day meeting schedule. So that's the proposal that's on the table. I'd like to open it for discussion and feedback. Joe.
I got the on. I personally love that idea. I mean, selfishly, I'm traveling quite a lot to, attend these meetings, and whenever I can, collapse that travel, that's helpful for me professionally to spend that kind of time. I love the idea of having more informal opportunities to build trust, build relationships, build belonging, all of those things with staff and other board members. I think it's incredibly valuable to have that opportunity. And early on, we, as I've been on this board for 4 years, we haven't had many of those opportunities, frankly. I could probably count them on one hand that we've had, this being one of them that we're actually doing right now. When I was liaison to EQC, they met in 2-day meetings, often had kind of community events, very much like we're doing tonight. Great opportunities to connect with different people around the state and get different perspectives. I think this board talks a lot about that. We hear from a lot of the same stakeholders, right? I mean, we hear, but getting that broad perspective, I think, is really valuable. I'm fine with, frankly, especially utilizing virtual meetings for these specific we have to meet. We have some decision we must make, and really targeted meetings are done virtually. I think that's pretty effective use. We've gotten pretty good at that, right, through COVID. I think that's one advantage of that. So that's I guess that's what I would say. I like this idea. I think it will facilitate more informal conversations that allows us to do board work. And it's funny, we always talk about, I always think about, where does board work happen? And that was something Jim and we talked about 4 years ago at our first retreat. Where does that happen? It happens in a lot of places. Or it happens at meetings. It happens through conversations. It happens through a variety of different ways. And that informal opportunity to communicate with staff and other board members is really valuable. So I'm really in support of moving to this kind of a format.
Well, sorry about that. I'm going to agree again for the same selfish reasons. It's more convenient to have those 2-day meetings, and I think I'll echo everything that Joe has said, because we are going to have that one evening each time. I do think we need to look at what are we going to promise in terms of how many meetings outside of Salem. We basically have not always even successfully had even one meeting outside of Salem. And I think, if I remember, it's written down somewhere that we're going to have at least one outside of Salem. And I believe, I can't even remember exactly what we have promised ourselves, but it seems like if we're, ideally, we would have half these meetings outside of Salem. I understand that it's more work and expense to have these meetings outside of Salem, but it sure seems to me that especially outreach into different rural parts of the state is very important in terms of trust, what we're talking about before, and involvement with these communities. So that would be high on my list. So I think, I'd like to hear what others think about that. The other thing I guess I would ask, if we were to go to this model, I think those special meetings that we would have as on Zoom, I really hope that we could just limit those strictly to when we have to meet a deadline, and so that we don't have these 6 2-day meetings plus a bunch of 4 and 5 hour meetings. I'm okay if we have a deadline once in a while, but let's get through that quickly and try to have like an hour-long meeting when we need to, and just kind of no BS, get it done. And then back to what you also mentioned, Brian. The other part that we've really got to get better at is this whole idea that testimony gets to us on time, and that we don't have these reports from on things on our agenda that get to us 24 hours before the meeting, and particularly after the pre-board meetings, because that defeats the whole purpose, as I mentioned before, of the pre-board meetings. So those would be my caveats.
I very much like the idea of fewer meetings and more intensity within the meetings. I think just observing the agenda, I would ask I would ask yourself when we put the agenda together, is this something the CEO should handle, or is this something that should really go to the board of directors? And because I would say a number of the things that come to us are more report outs. And so that's one thought. But secondly, if we move to this format, I think it would be very valuable to be sure we have a learning piece to this. So rather than throwing out, this big policy discussion and then we hear from three sides of the equation, getting some on the ground education, let's go out and see the problem. I've seen the word resilient forests 1,000 times in our writing. Well, let's go look at one. Let's go find what's the most resilient forest that we could look at in Northeast Oregon. And that gives us a reference of what we're moving toward, what we're moving away from. It's just an example, but as we tackle some big issues, I'd like to see us have a real educational piece and hear from different voices around that education. And then just really challenge yourselves when you put that agenda together. Really, should the board be listening to this, or should the CEO be handling this?
Thank you. So I agree with Carla. There should be an educational piece, but it should come from scientists, or people with deep experience. Right. So I think both of those could complement one another. People with deep experience, and getting them together in a forest and discuss why it is or is not resilient to certain types of disturbances in this spot at this time, because those are the details that we need to take into consideration when we make decisions. The other thing I wanted to mention is that OWEB has 4 meetings a year in different parts of the state, purposefully, 2 of which are on site, 2 are virtual. And the virtual ones are to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions associated with everybody traveling around the state, and also because certain people have access to interact at the meetings more fully in a Zoom environment than they would if it were here or some physical location. So I think there are advantages from a DEI standpoint as well as fossil fuel emissions to having some of these meetings be virtual. Not ideal, I agree with everybody. It's great to be out on a landing talking about things, but I think we also need to be good global citizens too.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in there. The fewer meetings we have, the easier it is to plan those meetings outside of Salem. So that's an encouragement right there. So yeah, because it takes time. But I really agree with you, Jim, that outside of Salem is where we're going to get a lot of bang for our buck. And I like your observation about Zoom and being a good global citizen, because that does say something to the organization.
So I'm hearing a lot of good support for the proposed concept and an emphasis on trying to get out of Salem, either directly or indirectly via Zoom, to get different perspectives in. I will mention, I think it dovetails well with the FPFO revision as well in terms of our interests in community engagement there. And I am watching my watch closely with the topics I want to get to, but again, I want to create some space for the executive team on this one. So there's the opportunity to have fewer meetings, which is in theory easier to prepare materials, but we have to come through on that. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. That's anyway. Joy, you raised your hand. I probably should have stopped talking when I saw that.
I was trying to give you a assist there. I have to use it. So I think one of the benefits with the fewer meetings, and especially moving many of them outside of Salem, with the 2-day structure, we do have an opportunity to really leverage that on the community engagement and participation and public comment opportunities. Something I mentioned to Ryan was, we could even look at making the space for, a kind of after normal work hours engagement, comment opportunity on the first day, since everybody's going to be in that spot overnight anyway, for the most part. And then having a normal, during meeting like we typically run it the next day, and kind of broaden that pool of people who would have the opportunity to come and participate in part of the meeting and provide verbal testimony. And also looking at trying to schedule those opportunities for, say, like, the meeting in advance of a decision meeting. So the board has the opportunity to really digest those comments and consider them, rather than, great, we got all your comments and now we immediately have to synthesize that and make a decision.
Microphone's coming your way. Point the mic more at your mouth.
There's no light. Now this is better. If I look at the schedule, it's basically the same number of days of board meetings. So I think it does, in some ways, keep us on the same amount of work level, right? So we've got to make sure that we're bringing, I think, to Carla's point, the appropriate things to the board in the right timeframes. And then it does give us, I think my role is a little bit different now than it was before, but in terms of the division chiefs and staff reports, it gives a little bit of a breather in between some of the back-to-back meetings when they're March and April, typically were kind of the challenge points in the past. June and July, I think, were also challenges. So I think there's a little bit more breathing room there. And then also thinking about the ability for the discussions to happen within those days, so we don't try to cram too much stuff into even some of the back-to-back stuff. I think it's still something that we all have to be cognizant of. So overall, I think it's a reasonable approach, but it still will be the same amount of work. So I think we've got to recognize that and not think that the expectations will be significantly different.
Chair Kelly, you're going to regret you said soft skill. And I was just thinking what you were saying, Kyle, about what we're intending on the 2 days and some opportunities and just something light. I think an opportunity to connect deeper at a board level, but if we go to 2 days, and for those days that we might go out of Salem, it's also an intentional opportunity to connect with ODF and the staff. So maybe we can, do something crazy like some, more icebreakers or something. So no, Shard was saying no more icebreakers, but just that opportunity. It's not just us as a board, it's the board and ODF too. So just something fun and light.
That's on, right? That's on. Okay. I appreciate the approach as well, for all the reasons everyone stated, but I would plead a little bit of sensitivity to just endurance over a course of days. Like when we do pack even our 1-day agendas, you can feel the climate getting more tired as the day goes on, and particularly in the evenings. And so I appreciate, for instance, our agenda today gives a little breathing room before we have the evening event as well, because those back-to-back days, and travel included, can be a lot. So I like that it's condensed. I think it's kinder for those of us who are navigating our work obligations as well. And so I appreciate that, and I think we should try it. But yeah, if there could be some sensitivity to the endurance aspect.
Less compressed agendas.
Thank you. That's a much more eloquent way to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. I would just say there's a couple of things that when I envision this in my mind and what would be productive is, it's 2 days, but it's not the two same grand days of stuff, that there's more space. And that a couple of things. One is the more that we already understand your position on things from a policy level, then that helps us not need to come so many times. And I think it allows for the more fruitful discussion, because we do struggle with, even when we know we're going to be presenting on a topic, it's like, what do we present? And we run through these presentation developments. I mean, on the state forest side, we have at least 3 development meetings for any presentation we're going to give. And I just think that's, at the end of the day, there's less time then for questions. And so really being able to kind of spread things out and have more time for the back and forth. So we think we know where we've landed in a policy place that's consistent with you all, but then we're able to really focus in on the discussion of, like, this is the right space, right? And get that confirmation. That would be super helpful for staff.
So,
Yeah, to Liz's point, I think we need to find a small town with a bowling alley for that. Either that or we do our first offsite in Hawaii and have a luau. That could be good too. Yeah.
Follow the law.
Follow the law. Follow the law. Oh, get a little off track. The other thing I just wanted to say on a specific issue, I had pushed hard on the meetings that we move more things into the consent agenda and have less presentations around operational issues to free up more time. I noticed this last time I was given a draft for our November meeting, and they had taken everything off of the consent agenda of that nature, so our meeting wasn't going to start till like 10 or 10:30. And I went, wait a minute, if we've got time, it's okay to have some of those presentations. So I think there is a balance there. It is, it was pointed out to me that it's often important for these different parts of the organization. They do appreciate being able to get in front of the board. I just wanted to report back on that. So we'll probably have some of those, a couple of presentations on operational issues of the ones that are more important. So not trying to exclude them all. So just trying to find a good balance there.
I'd just like to chime in to Mike's comment about three presentations before a presentation. Is that what I heard, Mike? Prepare something like that. It would help me as a board member if the staff brought presentations forward that ask questions of us, of the board, and that the board asks questions of staff, so that dialogue, because oftentimes what I hear is a presentation that this is the way we see it. Is this what you want? Is this okay? Rather than, what do you think about this? We're contemplating a couple of different directions here. What's the board? What do you think? And get into that conversation. I think it would be.
This is just a logistics. I like your idea about the questions. I think that's an interesting thing we ought to toy with and see how we can develop those, get that dialogue going. But just on logistics of 2-day meetings, I always think it's good to have the tour on the first day and then the business meeting on the second day, because if you're traveling around the state, I find that people like, if you can get through, this gives you an incentive, Jim. If you can get through the business side quickly and efficiently and, completely, then the earlier we can do it, the quicker people can get on the road and get home too.
So let me shift gears a little bit. We've been bumping up against the next thing on my list, which is agenda setting. Excuse me. Try to orient the mic so I'm not getting feedback from the speakers here. Jim, you spoke to this. Let me share the process as I understand it to be right now, which is that we have our board work plans, which give us some sense of the topics that are planned or need to come to the board. And then we have stuff that just kind of comes up in an ad hoc way. And then we have specific report outs that are planned and necessary or not, maybe, I don't know. And then there's interests, of having a particular panel to talk about something. So we balance all that stuff based on kind of what we know, and we give it our best guess. Hillary wrangles all of these things together, and we share a draft with Cal and Jim and get some feedback and kind of go from there. So that's kind of the process that we have right now. Could we do that differently? You know, is there interest in thinking about setting those agendas in a different way? And I've heard some different ideas shared here now. So I'm just going to leave that very open-ended question and offer another uncomfortable pause while people think about it. Carla needs a mic.
Just, Ryan, in statute, it tells us that the board shall meet the first Wednesday and the first Monday in January, March, June, and September. So we're going to need to go in and rewrite this too. We've kept in concert with that.
We have kept with that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your little slide here, and I really like that. There's some new way you've sort of laid it out. I'd really like to make sure we keep a lot of room for learning, and I appreciate, Carla, what you said. You know, that can be learning out in the field, but it can also be learning here in the boardroom, wherever that is. And just put a plug in for the more we can hear from outside experts, and the more we can hear from outside experts who might not agree with us, I think, who have alternative perspectives that, you know, can foster conversation. I think that would be really helpful as we as I look at the agenda going forward, making sure there's room for that.
So so Ryan, when you just said this is how we do the agenda, I may have missed that in my orientation package, because that was always a question I had in this last year, is how do I suggest something for the agenda? So I just thought to myself, that would be really good to know, so I know how to more appropriately, come into the process where it just makes sense. So that's all I wanted to say.
I think we need to address that a little bit, because I hear the responsibility for the agenda really, at the end, resting on the shoulders of Cal and I. But it just seems, in my experience in meetings, and it's not unusual for somebody in an offhand way say, this would be great to get so-and-so in here to present to the board, or whatever the idea is. And it seems to sometimes get captured and sometimes be lost in the ether. And I think it's really important that all board members are active in making those kinds of suggestions. And I think we need a more foolproof method. Somebody needs to own it, whether we want to have it all directed to Hillary, whatever it is, and maybe we can get some consensus here. But I feel like our process is too messy. And I've asked before, can we kind of create a parking lot of ideas here so that we can draw from? And I think Hillary's done a little bit of that. I saw it somewhere here referenced on one of the ideas that had come up for a couple of us a couple of times. So I know there's something going on there, but I don't think we have it dialed in to where we need to. It's really important. It's really important. And I feel guilty when I'm realize that something did come up quite a while ago, and we all intended to deal with it, and then it never made it onto an agenda.
I had a similar thought, just in that, thinking through how baked a request needs to be, because at times there's something of interest. You're like, I'd like to know more about that. I don't really know who or how necessarily, and who should I take steps to scope that further myself. Is that the most helpful? So that you're actually like, these potential people might be able to talk on this topic, and that would be, would that be something that we would take on and then submit to you for further scheduling and availability and whatever, or to you, Jim, right? Like, who's going to make the final, yeah, that makes sense to do that. And I completely agree with Ben that, there are emerging topics, informational topics, best available science going on out there all the time. There's what other states are doing, there's what the feds are doing, that all have applicability or could inform how we do our work. And it would be great to have a standing agenda item for each of these where we're pulling something from a source, where we're doing learning and finding out what's working and what's not working elsewhere. So I fully appreciate that, and would, and maybe there's a group of us or something that could be in charge of pulling. Maybe it's just an agenda item at the end of each.
I was just thinking as I was listening to you that we could just have that as a regular in our loosey-goosey moments at the end of the meeting. That say, does anybody have any specific requests for future agendas?
That sounds good.
And maybe couple that with a little bit of a process of filtering, because we could get a pretty big list. Some little process of filtering and focusing with a offline work group, maybe.
Well, yeah, I think a healthy process would be there. I mean, we're still going to be, Cal and I at the end probably are going to be doing most of that filtering, but I think a healthy process also includes getting back to whoever made a suggestion and saying, we can't really do that, or we're not going to do that, and here's why. Otherwise it can get real unhealthy when people feel like, hey, I have made this suggestion for 3 years running, and why are they ignoring me? I want to avoid that. So that we need to have a circle here of making sure that none of these are lost in the ether.
We have a saying in our organization, there's no point in doing well that which should not be done at all. And I think it's a good test of, are we busy? Is this all about process and structure and just being busy, or is this strategic? And for it to hit the board agenda, and you think about the time and expense of all of us coming together, is we want to force those strategic discussions that really demand the thinking of, the board and the top of the organization. So we try and use that same mindset when we bring something to our board. And I think it's a good process. Just challenge yourself if it's just structure and process. Of course, some of that we have to do, but are we tackling the most important issues, the most important forestry issues for the state of Oregon?
Process can be kind of messy. It was like about 3 or 4 years ago when several of us would ask for having things on the agenda and they just never got there. So I thought that the decision was made that there had to be at least 2 board members who agreed that a topic would go forward. Is that, I know we had that at that one time. Maybe that's not, yeah.
Sounds mildly familiar, yes.
Yeah, okay. So the other thing I just wanted to point out is it's not just the board members who should be bringing topics, right? It should be the staff. So if we held that discussion at the end of our board meetings in the open loosey-goosey area, not all the staff are going to be present for that. So we need to figure out a way, maybe it's Cal and the executive team can get together and figure out a way of bringing these ideas forward, so it's more collaborative between the board and each executive team.
I would answer, I think quite a bit does come from staff already. I think this is more of an additive process necessarily than and I'm not too worried about staff not bringing forward the things that are important on their minds.
Yeah, although I'd like to formalize that.
Sure.
Yeah,
we could formalize. That's an operational issue.
That is. Yeah. Okay.
I do have just a thought maybe around how do we, in the absence of a formalized work plan, how do we keep the board abreast of the division focus topics that could use, like maybe there are some agenda items that the board would like to see or some external presenters that come in for some of those that provide some more context or discussion around those topics. But how do we keep those important items in the front of the board so they can understand what that course of action is going to look like for the next year? Because otherwise it feels like it becomes a little bit amorphous and there's too much back and forth, with different topics and different things. So I'm not trying to really be a wet blanket, but it does make me pause a little bit about how do we keep the priority items the priority.
Create some accountability.
Is this on? So I don't know, this is the other side of that, Kyle, but a number of meetings ago, Jim, you had sort of a free form at the end of the day. And I wasn't sure, where that would go, but some of those topics I have thought about. And, and I throw into that category some of the discussion that Governor Kitzhaber had. And it didn't necessarily pertain to something very specific that was going to get us down the road, but it really made me think as a board member about the potential for maybe future solving. So that sort of free-form discussion, I mean, I would just ask, is that worthwhile every once in a while to do on an agenda, when it comes up, to get us thinking big and, for the year after, if it can be done, and is it worthwhile? It seemed to be worthwhile for me because I did think about it for a long time.
Liz, I think we got to be careful with that free-form discussion. I think I remember that same meeting where, we're a public body and we have to have an agenda. And I just think we have to be cautious with that. I got very uncomfortable during that. I'll just say that I got very uncomfortable just because we were talking about things that were not on the agenda. People weren't there, so I think it was valuable to a lot of folks. I mean, I'm not saying that wasn't valuable, but I think we just need to be careful about that. And that end of the meeting, I think we have to have, specific, I know it's kind of, obviously that end of meeting initially was meant to be a recap. What did we hear? And there was a lot of value in that, like to make sure, this kind of goes back to, several years ago when board members didn't feel like, okay, we talked about this, then we went into the ether, as Jim said, and the end of meeting recap was a way by which a board member could remind the board, hey, did we agree to that? Do we have consensus that we're going to do this or that or whatever that might be? But I think I just would say that we got to be cautious about being too free with that time.
Yeah, I think, I think it's a great time to talk about process and asking some of these questions, related to process or board policy. But I think what you're saying is, a specific topic, let's talk about, something about that, about the HCP, and the HCP wasn't on the agenda. I think you're absolutely right. We've got to police ourselves on that.
And I was going to bring up very much what Joe brought up, a slippery slope into having public engagement processes outside of that forum. But I think everybody's tracking the awareness there. But also to segue onto what Kyle was talking, we're getting more into kind of the governance model of providing the board cyclical annual data or whatnot on finances, things of that nature, and changing up the schedule. We'd need to accommodate that somehow, maybe out of band communications on a timely period or whatnot, but that's another piece we don't want to drop if the work plans don't exist, because that's something we've been trying to ramp up. We don't want the meeting schedules to pull that back.
So work plans are the next item on my list of things. And this is there's really interesting tension here between formality and informality. We're talking a lot about the board governance topic, really. I think, a lot of the questions that we're asking, and we're stumbling over these things where we've realized maybe we've had this conversation before, if we formalize it in some way, perhaps in a board policy manual, then we have the opportunity to flip back to that page and remind ourselves about how we do this thing. Before I move completely into board work plans, all these things are obviously linked. I just wanted, again, to check back with the executive team. There's been some good input on this topic. I just didn't know if anybody had any other lingering ideas around agenda development. Particularly, I'm thinking about two things. One, Mike, you talked about the challenge of kind of figuring out what the presentation should include and what the board is really interested in. So I think that's one piece of it. And then the other, Brenda, I think you'd mentioned, how do we get ideas onto a board agenda? I know, so from my own experience, when there's a time to fill on the agenda, I typically can ask some people on my staff and they'll make a suggestion to me. So it's not too difficult, but that's a very informal process. So I don't know if anyone has thoughts around those two topics or something else you want to throw on the table around agenda development.
I just wanted to, I think I'd like to talk more about Carla's suggestion that we focus on the most important issues. And that gets back to, there's the law called the Pareto's Law, that you focus on the 20% that gets you 80% of the results. And who was an Italian economist, by the way? But his theory didn't come from anything dealing with organization effectiveness. It had to do with income distribution in Italy, but we won't get into that. But that's an interesting topic. And I think the big audacious goals, to use Jim Collins' book, or actually it's something else, Harry, big audacious goal. BHAGs, yeah. I think that's part of the 80%. 20% that we should be talking about, getting to 80%. So that's going to be interesting. How do we accommodate that? So that's, and how do we determine what the most important goals are? Yeah.
That's going to be my question. How do we decide what the 20% are?
Yeah. Oh, here you go. You can tell us how to do that.
I'm not going to tell you how to do that, but I am going to have a little caution that, to be proactive and to know, you sometimes have to put yourself out of the comfort zone of what you know, right? And to hear some emerging topics that you're not really sure at the time how they're going to influence your work, but they could be very important, and that's sometimes how you learn about those things. So I guess I don't want to be too prescriptive in saying, we've already identified everything in the universe that we think is important and that we'll be, learning about. We have to have some space for recognizing that things come up, or maybe we don't know right away how applicable they are, but it's worth learning and understanding that. And I think that's hard to define right this second, but I think, it could be important to us to leave some space.
So Ryan, I think the best way to do that is just ask us, at least for the board's perspective, is just create a mechanism where the board is continuously feeding you, ideas of what they'd like to see and talk about. This morning, front page of 2 of our papers is forestry issue, and Congress is distributing $50 billion over 10 years. Well, that's pretty strategic. And what's our role in this, and talking about it. So I think you need a process where the board is continuing to feed information, but then you have the ability to plug in real time, events as well. And then the CEO and the president of the board should vet all those topics from staff and board and have the final say on the agenda.
So should we talk work plans? Everybody's favorite topic. I think we're in a good place right now to think about how we use or don't use work plans moving forward, in the sense that we're right in the middle of the cycle. So in the past, we've developed work plans for a 2-year period, and it would be at this meeting that we would have a discussion about where we're at on those work plans and start to tee up some changes to them based upon new needs that have arisen and unanticipated things that have slowed or changed the trajectory of other topics. So we still have our existing work plans in place to kind of help carry us forward. Again, I'm going to bring back the conversation to what I was hearing here, which is this tension between being very formal, which is kind of the process that we have right now, or that we have had, and being really informal and loose and kind of just planning the meetings as we go. I would like to throw out a middle path option. Seems safe, usually in life. We have, I think, 7 or maybe 9. I'm looking at Sabrina because she might know off the top of her head different work plans. And they come in a couple of different flavors. We've got them for each program. And then we have some that are also issue-based. And I know, at least while that process has served us well, I think, for quite a while, from my perspective, it's kind of hard for me to make sense of all those different streams and how they fit together. And it's harder to have a little bit of that flexibility built in for some other new topics. And so I don't have a perfect plan in this place yet, but I should have put it in the board packet, and I failed to do so. But Hillary maintains kind of a master list, which is the conglomeration of all those work plans into one helpful document that helps you kind of see like what's supposed to happen at each board meeting. That to me is a kind of an easy way to conceptualize what's coming. And so when I think about this, I kind of think about creating a matrix like that and pre-populating it a year in advance with those big things that we know need to be on there, but not all the little tiny details in between necessarily. And then having an open conversation about, well, what's the stuff that we want to add in? Where are those interests, et cetera. And so in the presentation that I previously gave, I outlined kind of 4 buckets. Standing agenda items, those regular updates that often find their way, I think, increasingly into the consent agenda. Policy needs. So we have, emerging issues. SB 762 and the private forest accord are good examples where we were prescriptively given by the legislature some very specific timelines for rulemaking processes. So we had to quickly adapt and change for that. There's board interests. We've talked a lot about that here today. And then finally, long-term projects. So along those lines, I'm thinking of the forest management plan, the HCP, the habitat conservation plan for state forests, processes that evolve over a period of time. So I envision some product where we have, a matrix with each of our 2-day board meetings spelled out, and we got those 4 buckets, and we start to populate it, and work a year out, work a year in advance, but maintain the flexibility on a quarterly basis or something like that to make some changes. So I'll stop talking, and I see that the room is starting to get a little bit, we're getting that post-lunch malaise, but try to have a little bit of conversation on this, and then I think we're getting there. I have 1.5 more things left on my list. Any feedback on my thoughts about it?
I think this is a great question for the executive team. I mean, when I think about work plans, I think about you guys figure that out and bring it to us. Uncomfortable silence.
I agree with that. And Ryan, I would hope we could pivot more than quarterly. I mean, that's very safe, but that's really not the world we live in today. And so I think sometimes, you look at we went through a pretty perfect work plan on the risk map, but we didn't have a perfect outcome. And so I think it's always good to challenge. I think it's always good to challenge ourselves. What might be a really good work plan for this particular project may not work at all over here. So I would just encourage us to be less prescriptive and challenge ourselves on what's going to be most effective for this particular project and build in more flexibility.
Yeah, I think it would help to get away from the overly prescriptive work plans for sure. I do like the idea that you've got an agenda here that's fairly flexible and that you fill it with things, and that you're able to pivot. A couple of things. Yeah, there will be the things that are still very prescriptive, right? Like, in November you will be seeing a endangered species management plan for the murrelet. Because you have to approve it or not. But I mean, ideally, hopefully you do. Anyway, there's these things that we have to do, right? We've got various or things with the PFA or whatever that are going to be like that. But that's a scheduling issue, and that can go fine to the agendas. The thing with the work plans is, they tend to shift all the time anyway. All of our divisions have capacity issues. We struggle to meet those deadlines, and so we end up changing them anyway. So that, they are, I would say for staff, they are not as useful as we would hope they'd be for planning.
Yeah, I guess I'll throw out something, Ryan, that may not be realistic, but work plans are written documents. They can be sent to us at any time that they're ready. We can comment on them. You can take it or leave it. In staff's work plans. To me, coming back to Carla's point, is how effective was it? Doing a debrief on the work plan, what worked and what didn't, to me is more important than what's in the work plan from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm going to say this will probably strike fear into the department's hearts, but I think at times, we have a role as a partner in executing these work plans, but as a policy board, there are the need sometimes to throw a wrench into the works, and that's what we didn't do. I think was where I started this morning, and it doesn't sound like fun, but I think it is a responsibility that we have, and we need to be clear-headed. And I think when we did what we did, which was, oh yeah, we'll help you get through all of this rulemaking and all of that, and we're partnering, but we didn't, we didn't achieve, I think, at the level that we could have, and sometimes that won't be fun for Cal and everybody else to hear when we say, no, we're not there with you, and we're going to take a different route.
All right, is that a stupid button? So my thought would be, I like the buckets that you've noted here, but I've really appreciated also. That was a good catch, though, kind of.
Are you awake?
That was the mic drop moment. Sorry. The issue specific. This kind of gets to Brenda's point a little bit as well too, in understanding the effectiveness of what we're doing. So there's the actions that you're doing in the work plans, right, that we've articulated, and then those funnel up to something that we're trying to achieve more globally. And I'm thinking again about our climate change plan, or something where we've kind of got these larger objectives in mind, and there's a lot of different pieces from different programs that are working to funnel up to that goal. And so I'm trying to also figure out where that effectiveness piece comes up in that more global way, because I don't know that we'll be having these FPFO conversations for probably some time, but where we're tracking that broader, ability to make progress. And so I can see actions, like we've hit certain milestones for certain processes, right? Like an EIS is released, for instance, or something like that, right? But did we achieve our goals, right, for healthy and sustainable forestry coming down through the different objectives that we've targeted through doing that? I'd like to see that come at some point as part of what I think is what we're talking about in the work plan process.
So a couple comments from my perspective on staff work plans. I agree with something along the lines of what Ryan said, something that's more middle of the road compared to what we have currently. It's obvious the last couple of years we need something that's more nimble and flexible. What we have currently is fairly lengthy, and it does take a fair amount of staff time to update those. In the current work plan, the thing I find the most useful is actually the matrix at the end that just kind of shows when and where and what the decision is and the date. And I think that helps provide some insight for staff as well. That's probably the most useful portion of it, but it's also something that can be updated fairly quickly. So at some level, I would feel the need there to make those connections and be able to, schedule things appropriately. But having much less content to the document would make that more nimble as well in terms of updating that or adjusting. So I'd be a proponent. The particular format or framework wouldn't be as important as still being able to be nimble and have some format for tracking. But it also connects to another process that we use internally, or at least it does for our division. When we get down to our annual operating plans, we then have another step in planning there where we list out those specific projects, timelines, and staff committed as we try to balance things internally. So there's another next level connection where at least having some formal step that sets these dates and expected timelines allows us to do a further step in planning. So that'd be my thoughts.
Josh, just a question. If you added another column or two to your matrix at the end that documented your achievement of goals in some way, would that be possible to share with the board?
I'd have to give more thought, but that's a conversation that we could have and see what that looks like. So yeah, I'd be open to that.
That's where I land is I'm not tied to the tool. I think very much like Carla, every project, a tool may or may not work, and the approach needs to be flexible, and that needs. But it always does boil down to accomplishments. It's and laying out the expectations. I think when we talk about friction between board and staff, it's what's the expectations. We go away with different ones than maybe the board has. So whatever mechanism, we outline those expectations, and then the accountability and the progress through that, and then ultimately how that's all communicated both internally and externally is going to be key. So whatever the mechanism, it has to do all those things. And I think there's varying levels of what it can be depending on the very thing we're trying to accomplish. But I do agree with Josh, we have some internal pieces that have to dovetail into this, because at the end of the day, we are doing some very granular work that has to be done, but we do want it to ultimately feed into whatever the strategic direction of the board is. And Jim, to your point, I'm maybe one of the few staff that I appreciate the wrench. I think the board's job is to throw wrenches in and dictate what they want to see as the strategic alignment. That may not be the voice of everybody, but I think that's a fair thing to do.
Oh, let's take a break.
5 minute shake break.
Yeah.
All right. 2:35.
Smoking if we got them. That's what they used to say.
He is, but not like that.
One water sugar, 2 cream.
All right, just a 2-minute warning on the 5-minute shake break.
It's amazing.
No, we're almost done here, huh?
Almost.
So do you have a badge on there? Is that what that is? A what? A state forestry badge. What the heck is that? I don't know. Board of Forestry, State of Oregon. Ooh, whoa. Why don't you have a real thing?
I didn't even know that we had an insignia for Board of Forestry.
Well, it looks like a badge.
It is. We should tell them we want badges.
I asked for a badge.
God, what is? We gotta have badges.
I think you do.
Did you see this? The badge.
It looked like you did. I didn't know that. First time I've ever seen that.
Is that just like?
If it is a real thing, you gotta get those made.
Yes, we do, yes, that's the fire warden badge, and then the board forestry is, people who belong there.
So, did they get badges?
We want
They want their brass badges.
We have a long forest law class for that.
Yeah, I was supposed to take this, and then I kind of got busy with something else.
I didn't realize.
And she's got a badge.
Yeah, I earned my badge. You get a badge after.
You want to
Well,
that's right.
2 days to the test. But
I
they
wanna
also
take
have
that.
different kinds of badges. So they have badges where you're able to.
I want to take the one right. Sure.
I looked online and I figured out online without buying it. And I just want to see if pages that were not shown to me online.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're gonna try to completely wrap the day up by 3:15. Well, completely wrap up this segment of the day by 3:15. And I've got 1.5 more topics, and then I know. It's funny math. I gotta try to wrap up a couple of topics, and then we'll try to do a wrap on the day, and then we'll also be joined by Scott Altenhoff, who's here to talk about the evening social. So that's kind of what's coming. One person is excited.
Urban trees.
Really appreciate the conversation and feedback so far. It's all been really useful, and I think we're starting to get a good format going here with participation from everybody. So the last thing on my big list, which was in my presentation, is to talk a little bit about advisory committees to the board. And clearly this is a huge topic that we could spend a lot of time on. And so I want to calibrate us to the desire to finish by 3:15 and recognize that, we're talking about another body of work that we would need to focus on and bring some resources to bear on moving forward. I don't mean that in a negative way, just knowing that we can't solve it today. We've talked about this some in the past. Some key questions that have been raised. As they are currently functioning, are the committees useful? How does feedback get to the board? How can the committees be used to help the board accomplish its work? I would suggest that's a place where some governance could help us.
And how representative is the membership on the committees of the populations that we are interested in getting feedback from? So those are, at a high level, some of the questions that I've heard discussed to this date. I asked folks to help me get a little better perspective on the different committees that we have. So at the last board meeting when I discussed this, I kind of at a very high level offered a simplistic view, and I said something like the board has the opportunity to stand these up and shut them down, essentially, as they see fit. That's true for some of them, but not for all of them, of course, right? So it turns out we have 3 buckets. We've got subcommittees or work groups that exist to help with specific discrete projects like the FPFO revision. I'm looking at the list in front of me, there's a subcommittee for federal forests. We also have board members that participate on other organizations' boards, like the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. We have a connection with the Environmental Quality Commission, the EQC. There's an audit committee, and a board member serves on that audit committee. So these are some kind of more informal roles. We also have statutorily established committees: the Emergency Fire Costs Committee, the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, Smoke Management Advisory Committee, and the Regional Forest Practices Committees. So those are specifically defined in statute, and I have pages of details and all that clearly I'm not going to go into, but there's a little bit more of a constraint there in terms of things that we can change. Then we get to the bucket that was the one I was talking about, which is the committees that you all have that the board has the authority to stand up or shut down. It's the State Forest Advisory Committee, the State Stewardship Coordinating Committee, and the Committee for Family Forest Lands. Although the State Stewardship Coordinating Committee and the Committee for Family Forest Lands have kind of merged, but in any case, these are advisory committees that you all, that the board has established over time. So I'm going to stop there, as I have been. I just threw a bunch of stuff out there. I'll just remind you of the questions that I've heard so far. Are these committees useful? How do they provide feedback to help the board, and are they representative? Do they include the people that we think should serve on them? Those are the questions I've heard so far. Interested in additional ideas, topics, concerns, as well as thinking about what's a good path forward to begin to address some of the concerns that you have about how these committees are being used or not used.
I guess I'll start. That's the first time I've done that. We've talked about how much work this board has in front of us. We have a lot on our plate, and I don't think that we utilize these advisory committees as, frankly, very well at all. I mean, I think it's, I served on the Regional Forest Practice Committee for years, and I'm gonna pin down Josh and maybe Dave and that Kyle left. That committee, it seemed to be a bit of a one-way flow of information. It was a way by which getting information down to the landowner community and the regulated community about what's happening, and not a lot of upflow, not a really two-way, information flow. And I think this board needs that. I think that's something that this board needs. I know more about that committee because I served on it, and I would love to see those committees, and I know they're in statute. There's a makeup of those committees that is in statute. There would have to be changes potentially. I think you asked the question: is it the right makeup? Is it the right membership? Probably not. Is it fully representative of what it needs to be? I think that needs to be talked about, but that's a bigger conversation to make it more relevant. Like in all the years that I served on that committee, I can only think of, I think, one time before I got on the board, we actually testified to the board, and that was years ago related to the Siskiyou rule changes. I mean, we had some, but I guess I would ask Josh, I'll put you on the spot, Josh, what your thoughts are on that committee specifically. How do we make that committee more relevant? And this, to Ryan's point, this isn't an easy fix, right? But I think, and this isn't going to be fixed this year probably or whatnot. This is going to take some time. But I think that those committees that, across the state, those regional forest practices committees, I would love to see them be more relevant, have more input into this body, and just have a bigger voice, frankly, related to forest practices. So, but that's real specific to that particular committee. So I'm going to put Josh on the spot.
All right, thanks, Joe. Is coming through? All right, I can hear it. So to your question, there's probably a couple components that we could dig into even deeper, but for the membership of the regional forest practice committees, it sets some high-level thresholds within statute, which is 6 of those need to be representatives of landowners or be landowners themselves, and then the other 3 could be public members. But within that, there's probably more flexibility than what we may see in some of the membership. So there's things there that, going forward, we can consider and discuss. And obviously, you can't fix that in 1 year, but if there's interest there. When it comes down to the work of what those committees do, I do believe, I think what you're thinking about is that they could do more work for the board if there were specified things that needed expertise to be reviewed by those committees. That's part of their scope is, reviewing and providing feedback to the board on the clarity and the feasibility of rules. And so I imagine we could expand that if there's work that could be done by them to help feed that through the board. Currently, right now with those committees, we meet twice a year. Once in the fall is for the selection of the operator of the year and usually general agency updates and any other work. And then we also have a meeting in the spring, but there's not a defined meeting schedule with those folks. So it can be more frequent than that if there was a higher workload. So specific to RFPCs, those are a couple thoughts that I had.
How are those committees going to engage, in the adaptive management with the PFA? That's we're embarking on a bunch of new rules, right? And that these regional committees didn't have much, voice or at just the nature of what's happening. I'm just very curious how those regional committees could help in how the rules are working. What are the adaptive management questions, et cetera? It's kind of a comment, I guess.
So right now, the way it's set up is there's a specific set of rules for the Adaptive Management Committee, which will come back to you all again in October for adoption. But specifically, the RFPCs aren't listed in there, but it would probably follow a similar format with any policy change that we consider. That information is usually shared with them, and then they have the decision if they want to testify to the board or not as a collective, or some of them may choose to do that individually. But they would still have that flexibility, but there's not anything currently defined that's integrated into that process.
So just a thought relative to committees, and I agree that we need to take a close look at all the ones we can look at and see if they're really policy relevant or not. But one that I'd really like to see considered is a science advisory committee that would be led by a dean at one of the prominent universities in Oregon, who could then assemble a team of scientists around any issue to provide the most current available science to managers and policymakers. Because right now we have on our 3-legged stool of policy, management, and science, we just have 2 of those legs represented around this table. I mean, I consider myself a scientist, but I'm not playing that role, right? And as few of the others of you are too. So I think we could benefit from a fairly nimble committee that could provide us with the information that would be policy relevant and in a timely manner around whatever it is that we're considering. Otherwise, we hear from stakeholders. The stakeholders come with a stake. And so sometimes we get science that is some science, and sometimes we get science that is other science. And I think we just need to find that third leg of the stool.
I think this is a really interesting and useful conversation. And I've got a bunch of thoughts on this. And speaking about the forest practices committees first, I know those are in statute. I think we could all do some work to staff and the board to find a way to diversify the membership on those committees and stay within the statute. And I think that would be useful and helpful for the conversation. And I agree that I'd like to hear more from them at times. And specifically the SFAC and the CFF, I spent quite a bit of time with both of those committees. And I have to say the CFF, I think, works really well. I think we hear from them probably more than any other of these committees. And I think that's a useful perspective that they can offer. One thing to think about these committees is they're really a two-way street. They're providing feedback to the department or the board, but they're also conduits into the community, various stakeholders, et cetera, for sort of it's a two-way path of communication, which I think is quite valuable. On SFAC, I'm looking to Mike here, SFAC's mandate is very narrow, and I think they're supposed to advise the department on the implementation of the management of the annual plans. It's very narrow, and I think that could be broadened. I think it would be constructive, if that is actually in the control of the board, to broaden that and have SFAC advise on state forest issues at large, as opposed to a very narrow segment of that, or at least to have that conversation and see if there was something there. I don't know. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mike. But just, I like these committees. Like Brenda, I like your idea of the science committee, but I think they could all use some tweaking to be more effective.
You know, one thing we might consider, because I agree with you that the Committee for Family Forest Land seems to be the most effective in terms of actually giving us some advice. And I think they're kind of a model to me, partly because of how they provide that advice. They give a majority opinion and they also express a minority opinion. And I think of that compared to the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee, where minority voices are squelched and essentially non-existent. And so one thing we might kind of try to think about is sort of a best practices for advisory committees in terms of their how they provide their advice to us. Also agree that, you know, this is a two-way street. And so we do realize a lot of value from what these people kind of do on the streets in terms of getting more understanding out there. I think we want to be very careful about eliminating any committees and all. Just we want to be real thoughtful because of how that might be taken in the community. Then the other thing I wanted to say, because Brenda had brought this up before, around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the process has been we all of a sudden have a new member or a couple of new people for a particular committee, and we're supposed to say yay, nay, and I think that's real fixable going forward, in that when we get that information, we're also given the very basic information about what diversity actually exists, and so that we're not making those judgments with no knowledge. So that one to me is easy, and I hope we can fix that process going forward. But overall, I think we need to be careful and see if we can get all of these committees operating at a higher level. And I think we have that model.
Yeah, so 100% supportive of the idea of having a standing scientific committee to advise the board and staff, quite frankly. Regarding SFAC, I think that's a delicate balance there. Really valuable operationally, and they advise us mostly on AOPs, and we're trying to up that game into implementation plans, but at the end of the day, it's about implementation of the forest management plans, and really want to preserve their value there, because it's, it's been through its ups and downs too, but, generally speaking, a pretty good functioning bunch of folks. That doesn't mean that they can't come to the board and talk about how they think things are going on state forests, and or weigh in occasionally, like they did last year, right? And so that was really valuable. But anyway, so I mean, we can talk about that and work through that a little bit as to what their role might be. With other things, one of the things I'll just put in a plug here, on the FTLAC side, if we can change the frequency of conversation and sort of the level of conversation to kind of get that alignment with, if the board provides that clarity of here we are positioned on our policy issues, and see where that alignment is or isn't with FTLAC. And there's not going to be, right, necessarily that you can't force that harmony. Well, that's fine, but at least you kind of know that going forward. And then maybe that can still lead to a more productive conversation, versus the 15 minutes of testimony that I think everybody in one way or another is frustrated with. We do have actually a charter that addresses how we operate with FTLAC. In order to change it, it requires a vote of the majority of FTLAC members, the chair, and the state forestry. So we can look at that and maybe try to redefine things a little bit that way. But
Sounds like we shouldn't bother.
well, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting thing because, so you talk about representation with some of these other committees, and it's different here because CFTLC basically makes a determination of who their board is, which ends up being FTLAC. So it's kind of incumbent on them to decide if they're represented or not. Yeah, so it's a challenge.
Can you pass the mic down to Liz? Carla, do you want to go on?
So, since I've been on this board, I don't think we've ever heard from the Dean of Forestry. And we've got one of the best forestry schools in the world. And he takes a group on a tour and looks at forest practices around the world. And I would, if I would love to hear from the dean once a year and to give us a perspective of forestry outside of Oregon and outside of the Northwest, because I think all of our thinking, we kind of keep, recirculating the same information. And I think it's good for us to step back and really hear from other regions, other countries. I've been on 3 of those tours. I will tell you, New Zealand, Finland, Sweden, parts of Canada just aren't having the issues that we are having. And I think it just begs the question of, it's just good to look outside your own box now and then and say, hey, what's really going on that we could really value from. And I think that the dean would be, a good asset base to us. I would like to hear from that person. In terms of advisory committees, or so you get advice, and I feel like we've got this tremendous tool that we never ask for advice from.
We can have an advisory committee of one. I'm okay with that. It's a good idea.
So I like Brenda's idea of having a committee of scientists, and I would just ask that it just be very robust thinking and as wide-ranging as the issues that we're trying to address, and bring that in. So, that's just my thought on the science. And I've also been reading a lot of articles about science and knowledge. And there was a woman who gave us that book on Indian knowledge. So there's science and there's knowledge. And I have a tribal colleague who said to me, because we were talking about science, and that he says, I speak the language of science, so you'll communicate with me. Because, but my knowledge, my being, my knowledge is about knowledge, but I just use the language of science, so you will understand that what I'm talking about. So I just want to say Cal knows, there's knowledge, there's indigenous knowledge, there's cultural knowledge, and there's science. And so because of the work we do, we have to engage it all. So however we want to balance it, I think it's important.
I appreciate that discussion. Excuse me. In the interest of trying to help us wrap close to 3:15, there was, of course, a buffer in that estimate. I'm going to try to just reflect a couple of things back. I think there was coming into the meeting today clear consensus of interest in evaluating the committees that we've got on a number of different dimensions. The thing that I'm taking away from that specifically, thinking about how different they all are and the amount of work that would be involved in trying to dissect each one of them individually, is perhaps orienting ourselves towards some best practices or expectations from the board for those committees. And then in that process, engaging them in the work of looking at ways to help implement that. Just making that as a suggestion, but in any case, clearly there's work that the board is interested in doing, and that I think staff is also interested in doing to help make the advisory committees more useful, both to the board and to staff work, and to help give those committees a little bit more guidance. So from that perspective, I would suggest maybe that we consider a committee on committees to help us take a look at that. We have a policy on policies, so we might as well have a committee on committees. But it would require, some group of people to put their minds together and think about, take a little inventory of the committees that we've got, develop some best practices, and then create a process to work with the committees to help them to implement that. So that's one piece, but I also heard some clear conversation about standing up some kind of advisory, I'm going to call it an independent advisory committee. So I won't use the specific word of science, but some kind of independent advisory committee to help the board. Josh might have a nexus there. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sorry, Ryan. When that came up earlier, I wasn't thinking about it, but as related to the private forest accord, we will now have an independent science review team.
That's
so
right.
that the current scope of that is focused on aquatic rules and review, but that's something that will be established, and there may be a nexus there to consider further. So I did want to mention that while on topic.
Yeah, that would be a good thing to build upon. Yeah. I don't want to rain on the parade here, but I don't think that all these committees with the various structures and statutes and everything we're dealing with, I don't think it's ever going to be all that great, and it's ever going to be working in a top-notch fashion. So I'm just concerned. I worry about a whole lot of energy here trying to fix what in some cases isn't going to be completely fixable. So hate to be cynical, but I think there's some reality to what I'm saying.
Ryan, I think we want to be ultra practical. Most corporations are eliminating layers, and I think in light of what's going on in the economy, that we might be as well, looking at a downsizing the next biennium. So I would not pile on to your structure and your oversight. I would go more toward the lean and clean, because I think I will be amazed if we don't get through the next biennium without some cuts. I'll be shocked based on what's going on in the real economy. So I'd just be careful about how thick our bureaucratic overhead becomes. And I just wouldn't want That's not a news story you'd want to pick up on, is I just keep it cleaner.
So how do we accomplish the work of addressing some of the concerns around the committees? I'm hoping to walk away with a.
I mean, you could challenge the committees as to, there is a need of this board to have additional advice. You know, I look at those regional forest practice committees, a lot of very smart people who are engaged in forest practices, and we're not getting much feedback from them. You know, we're not getting not much coming to this board. And I guess one way to do that would be to challenge those, staff could challenge those committees to, you know, to give that kind of feedback. That would be one way of doing it. That's mine.
Well, it seems like there's a perfect opportunity, you know, given that we have such a big changes happening in the Forest Practices Act, so there could be, you know, an opportunity to try to get a jump start with that particular committee. Yeah, I'm not hearing a whole lot of volunteers for the committee on committees.
Well,
I hate to tell you here.
In trying to make some humor, I probably made it sound more bureaucratic than I intended. Perhaps it could be addressed through the board governance process, you know, through the board policy manual that we've talked about. I really do think the development of some kind of best practices for the advisory committees would be helpful in achieving the goal that I've heard you all talk about, which is thinking about how to diversify membership and creating a two-way flow of information. If that were captured in some way and provided to the committees, they would have then the opportunity to think about how within their structure they could sort of meet that goal.
Yeah, and I think that other thing is going back to what I mentioned about the family forest lands group, which is telling them, don't struggle with trying to speak with one voice. We actually want to hear majority and minority reports from each of these committees if they have that. I mean, it's fine for them to all agree too, but I think a lot of times committees just assume, oh, we can't go forward with any kind of recommendation unless, you know, we all agree, or that, you know, the majority rules or whatever. And but I really appreciate getting the different perspectives from that group.
Brian, I just want to put in a plug for ad hoc committees that Jim has appointed to address certain things over the short term, which I think have been really effective. So 3-member committee with staff to address a specific topic, and things have, I think, been turned around pretty quickly, and we've gotten information back to the board pretty quickly. To the degree that that model could be reflected in some of these other committees, that might be more relevant.
Well, and Ryan, I think it's okay to ask them, is we want to be more effective if we're asking them for their time. We want to be more effective in honoring that ask and getting their opinion as well. And so let's ask them how, you know, we might work with their particular groups and committees where we value their opinion, or we wouldn't have this, and how might we be more effective in working with them?
Joy, your hand was up, and then we better. I've promised Robin I'd be done at 3, and it's 3:10. So.
There we go. To Carla's point about adding more levels of bureaucracy, and Jim's slightly depressing reflection around a well-oiled machine of several committees. Just something for board members to consider is that any sort of best practices implementation or efficiencies or streamlining across the committees would save a lot of department staff a tremendous amount of time, because department staff all of those meetings and do all of, at a much smaller scale, but similar to what Hillary does for these meetings. It's just all different department staff who are very much directed by those committees. So it's all done a different way. Everything's going through different processes, different responsibilities, and it's incredibly disjointed and burdensome, not just on the department side, but on the public side of figuring out where do they post their materials? When do they post them? When will we know if a meeting's happening? How will it be conducted? Like the little things like that that would better engage the public if it could be more predictable and consistent.
Well, I think, I mean, that brings up, I mean, we're pretty blind to all of that as board members. And so that really calls out for you guys being assertive, I think, in terms of making what calls you can and looking at what's the cost benefit and then coming to us. Because we're just simply not seeing that cost side of the cost benefit analysis as board members.
Well, all really great discussion. And I think we'll put a pin in this one, make it part of the governance conversation as well. I think I've got some good notes captured around that. I know Robin is doing that as well. So I'm going to stop talking now and turn it over to Robin, I think.
I'll just pass it over to any closing remarks from our esteemed leaders, and then we'll give Scott the floor for a moment just to tee up for tonight's community event. So any quick closing thoughts from Jim or Cal?
You want to go? Okay. I should have been writing things down. I have, but I didn't summarize them. Actually, I think today's conversation was really good. I think we came up with some new ideas and ways we can improve our processes. Starting with the review of the evaluation, I think that gave us a starting point of things that we needed to talk about, and I think it went from there to governance, which we need to obviously do more work, and I think we should go forward with that. But we will come back with more specifics, and moving into more discussions about what was right after that. That was it It wasn't committees. It was right after the board governance discussion. Oh yeah, meeting frequency. And that's one thing that I was reflecting on, the meeting frequency thing and also the work plans. And I remember years ago when I was on the board of forestry that the state forester had a butcher paper that he had everything on work plans on this butcher paper, and it went from one end of the Tillamook room to the other end of the Tillamook room for 2 years. And, it's instructive in that it showed what critical things and legislatively mandated things, but there was a lot of room in there for improvement. And I think if we can work on that so you guys could meet on the most important things, that's what we need to do. And I think that also goes along with work plans. I think work plans are good and they're useful, but we need some ability to focus on the most important things and be relevant, because that was what happens when you just do work plans. You might tend to be irrelevant at time. And so I like the middle pathway. That's just from the state forester. And then going forward to the committees, I have to be honest, I don't think I know all the committees, and I haven't been meeting with all the committees. So, and I feel that's an area I need to work on, is to get to know these committees. So if you need someone on the committees for the committees, Brian, I'll volunteer. Okay, so Jim, your turn.
It's like you are the committee, Cal. I've talked enough. We got, somebody called us the big talkers this morning. Did you hear that? Talkers. Yeah. Anyhow, I guess I have talked enough. And we're going to have a big day tomorrow. My understanding is we're starting at 8. I have that right? My God. Okay. But nothing else from me.
All right. Thank you. All right, Scott, why don't you come up?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Scott Altenhoff, and I'm the new Urban and Community Forestry Assistance Program Manager, and delighted to be here. As you may know, Hillary and Robin, I've been coordinating with them to help create an event tonight, a social event that hopefully will be very informal and allow for community connection. Dr. Vivek Chandas from the Tulane School of Planning at Portland State University. I suspect you've heard his name before. He's one of the foremost experts on urban forestry and environmental justice, especially with regard to the urban heat island effect and tree canopy cover. He's done a tremendous amount of work across the globe, actually, but really focused heavily on Portland and Eugene and Pacific Northwest cities. So excited to have him be present tonight as a storyteller. The intention is to keep it conversational rather than a bunch of presentations. We'll also have a number of folks from some of the main community organizations that are helping with the urban forestry work in Portland, ranging from Friends of Trees, Nature Conservancy, Verde, Apano. So it should be a good collection of folks. I anticipate 50 plus folks. I know there have not been that many RSVPs formally, but I've received word that folks are going to try and make it if possible. So more than anything, I'd love to hear if there are any themes that you would like us. I'll be serving as an MC, so I'll coordinate with Jim and Cal to see how you'd like to maybe get some words in and set the tone, but it would be very helpful for me to understand beyond just community connection and making forestry relevant to the vast majority of our state population, those folks who live in cities, what themes you'd like to focus on. And I know that's a very open-ended.
Well, I would just say, in case we do get any of our state legislators there's a chance we get one or two. If you could chide them around the fact that we're the only state or one of 3 states that don't have any state monies going to urban forestry. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. I did hear from Representative Pham, who is a major champion for really leading the charge to try and get some dedicated state funding. So I suspect that she'll be there and will be very receptive to that.
Yeah. Well, as you know, I mean, we Oregonians pride themselves on being green and their social justice, and don't always match that. And so we're certainly can try to hold them their feet to the fire.
It's time to walk the talk. Yeah.
Questions like, what does leave the forest mean to them? We talked about this ourselves. I'm curious as to what that means.
From what I've seen, there's been a tremendous amount of discussion, especially in light of the pandemic, of the impacts of our urban forests, but also our peri-urban forests and our broader forests for human health and well-being, and recognizing that working forests are very important, but the ecosystem services potential are also very important. So being able, I would contend, and I think our community partners would contend, that every single Oregonian is highly dependent upon our forestry industry, either overtly in terms of wood products and jobs, but also human health and well-being and our cultural identity, really. And that's something I see a lot of potential for advancing. Is we've been splintered and operating in factions and divided, but there's great potential relative to, say, the 80s, where we were truly polarized, to come together and do some great things in the face of some pretty extreme challenges with climate change, economic challenges, and so forth. Yeah, given that this meeting was held in Portland, it will be very Portland-centric, but we do recognize that Portland is a small, geographically speaking, a small part of the state, and if we're going to do this effectively, we need to include the whole state and hear all voices, not just the bigger cities.
All right. I will just also put a pin in that, Liz, that, one of the questions we want to engage is how do you want to be involved going forward on the FPFO revision? And it may be a real opportunity to kind of extend this conversation out into other parts of the state. So I'll just put a little plug in that. But we need to give you all a break.
Yep.
It's been a long day. Really appreciate the focus and the candor, and look forward to more of that tomorrow. So take a break. We are going to be at the Kennedy School this evening. If you didn't get the memo, get to the Kennedy School. The event starts at 6. It will conclude by 8. There is a small reception that starts, I believe, at the same time in which room? Who's our logistics person that can speak to this? Do you have it, Ryan? It's probably on your agenda. It's in the gymnasium.
This is a gymnasium, yeah.
Find the gymnasium at the Kennedy School.
Is that near the theater? At the
Yes.
6?
Yep, 5:30 to 6. There's a little. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I'll read it for everyone, including public. Scheduled for 6 to 8, located in the gym at the McMinimans Kennedy School. Parking and seating at the facility are first come, first serve. Food and beverage will be available. TriMet bus line schedules are available, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll look forward to seeing you tonight. And then again tomorrow back here starting at 8 a.m. Enjoy your evening.